네, 고맙습니다. 여러분 안녕하십니까? 지금부터 한국식품산업클러스터진흥원이 주관하고 농림축산식품부, 전라북도 그리고 익산시가 함께 주최하는 제13회 국가식품클러스터 국제컨퍼런스 빅블러 시대 식품산업의 경계를 넘다 시작하도록 하겠습니다. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 13th Food Policy International Conference hosted by the FOODPOLIS and co-organized by the Ministry of Agricultural, Food and Rural Affairs, 전라북도 and Iksan City, under the big title of Big Blur Phenomenon and the Solution for the Food Industry. And ladies and gentlemen, before we begin this main occasion, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jessica Singi Lee, and today I'll be given the honor of being your MC for today's gathering. 네, 여러분 먼저 시작 전에 인사 올리겠습니다. 저는 이 뜻깊은 자리 사회자로 함께하게 된 아나운서 이승희입니다. 반갑습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 정말 온 오프라인으로 많은 분들께서 지금 함께하고 계시죠? 함께하고 계시는 국가식품클러스터 국제컨퍼런스는 올해로 13회째를 맞이하고 있습니다. 무려 13년 동안 대한민국 식품 산업 발전을 위해 고민과 의제를 함께 만들고 또 의논하고 발전해오고 있는 행사인데요. 개인적으로도 이렇게 뜻깊은 행사 사회자로 여러분과 함께할 수 있어 매우 큰 영광으로 생각이 됩니다. The FOODPOLIS International Conference has been a significant event for the development of the food industry here in Korea, where concerns and agendas have been raised, continued, and grown for last 13 years. And personally, it is my great honor and pleasure that I can be guiding you through today's programs, both online and offline. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for your time today and thank you for your participation. 오늘 말씀드린 것처럼 이 자리 역시 식품 산업의 현재를 함께 분석하고 또 미래를 그려보는 다양한 내용의 강연들 준비가 되어 있습니다. 국내외 최고의 전문가분들께서 생생한 현장의 이야기 들려주실 예정인데요. 여러분께서도 저희와 끝까지 함께 하시면서 뜻깊은 시간이 되시길 바라겠습니다. 산업의 경계를 허무는 빅블러 시대, 온라인과 오프라인, 미국, 캐나다, 대한민국, 그리고 덴마크, 각기 다른 국적과 또 언어의 장벽을 허물고 공통의 주제에 대해 심도 있고 또 의미 있는 논의가 이어지길 기대하겠습니다. As mentioned earlier, today's event will analyze the current status of the food industry and envision the future. We expect a variety of lectures covering different topics, featuring vivid first-hand experiences from top international and domestic experts. In the era of a big blur phenomenon that blurs the boundaries of industries, we hope that this moment will become an opportunity to break down barriers of nationality, language, location, both online and offline, between the United States of America and Canada and of course Korea and Denmark, and engage in in-depth discussions and conversations in one theme. 네, 그럼 본격적으로 내빈분들의 말씀과 함께 컨퍼런스 막을 올리겠습니다. 먼저 이 뜻깊은 자리 마련해 주신 한국식품산업클러스터진흥원 김영재 이사장님의 개회 말씀 청해 듣겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Kim Young-jae, Chairman of the FOODPOLIS, for his opening remarks. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. 여러분 큰 박수로 모시겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 여러분 반갑습니다. 한국식품산업클러스터진흥원 이사장 김영재입니다.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. I'm President Kim Young-jae of FOODPOLIS. Welcome all of you to the 13th FOODPOLIS International Conference.
진심으로 환영합니다. 오늘
Especially, I'd like to
영상으로
extend my
축하를
deepest
해주신
gratitude to
정황근 농식품부
Minister
장관님,
Jung Han-gun of Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, Chairman So Byung-hoon of Agriculture, Food, Rural Affairs, Oceans and Fisheries Committee and National Assembly, Han Byung-do, Member of National Assembly, and Governor Kim Kwan-young of Jeollabuk-do, who will deliver congratulatory remarks in a video. And also, my special thanks goes to Mayor Jung Hyun-yul of Iksan City, President Kim Chun-jin of AT, and Director No Soo-yeon from Korea IPET, Vice President Koo Bong-gun from Korea Agriculture Technology Promotion Agency, President Park Sung-tae of Wonkwang University, and distinguished guests who have come all the way today. Especially my special thanks goes to Dan Solis, FDA Assistant Commissioner for Import Operations, who will deliver a keynote speech, as well as all the speakers and panelists. The global food tech market is worth 665 trillion won, and the domestic food tech market is estimated to value 61 trillion won, and has grown at an average rate of over 30% every year. The food tech industry is gaining attention as a future growth engine which is expected to grow rapidly across the globe. After COVID-19, the global food consumption pattern has changed to value the valuable consumption which emphasizes health and environment and content-free consumption. That's why the food tech has gained more attention, and many countries have strategically nurtured the food tech industry to gain global competitiveness. That's why FOODPOLIS is in line with the MAFRA's food tech industry development plan to drive innovative growth of the food and agri-food industry. We have restructured our technical support office to the food tech support office. And the FOODPOLIS is integrating diverse information which is separated and scattered from among public agencies, from food ingredient to human resource to equipment and institution, and to provide information so that imported ingredients can be replaced with domestic ingredients. We have established the platform for digital food information so that companies can easily utilize the food information to help drive growth of companies as a public agency. The 13th FOODPOLIS International Conference is being held under the theme of Big Blur Era, Beyond the Boundaries of Food Industry. So starting with the keynote speech, we will listen to many different presentations and listen to the in-depth insights of speakers in the food tech technology and industry. Thank you once again for participating in this 13th International Conference. Thank you.
네, 이사장님 말씀 잘 들었습니다. 함께 해주신 모든 분들에 대해서 환영의 말씀과 함께 본 컨퍼런스 개최 의미를 되짚어 주셨죠. 이사장님 말씀처럼 지속 가능한 성장, 사실 그 어떤 산업보다 우리 삶에 있어 가장 밀접한 연관이 있는 식품 산업, 지속 가능성에 대한 생각을 꼭 해봐야 될 것 같습니다. 그런 의미에서 본 컨퍼런스가 더 깊은 의미를 갖는 것 같습니다. 여러분 끝까지 함께 해주시길 바라겠습니다. Thank you very much once again to Chairman. And as he just mentioned, sustainable growth in food tech and food industry, which is the most important factor in our life over any other industry, should be a topic of interest to everyone from home and abroad. Once again, thank you very much for arranging this meaningful gathering today. 네, 여러분 다시 한번 이 자리 마련해 주신 저희 이사장님께 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 또 이 자리를 축하하고 격려하기 위해서 많은 분들께서 인사를 전해주셨는데요. 다음은 농림축산식품부 정황근 장관님의 환영 말씀 함께 만나보시죠. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to have meaningful words of congratulations delivered by Minister Jung Hwang-gun of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, let's draw your attention to the screen. 여러분 큰 박수와 함께 화면으로 만나보시죠.
여러분 반갑습니다.
Hello everyone, my name is Jung Hwan-gun, Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. Welcome everyone to the 13th Food Police International Conference. This is a valuable occasion and I would like to thank Kim Young-jae, President of Food Police and staff for arranging this event. Especially I would like to thank Mr. Dan Solis, FDA Assistant Commissioner, and many other experts who are here to participate in this meaningful event. Today's conference is about big blur phenomenon and solutions for the food industry. Every sector is being digitized and its border is being blurred, and we are here to talk about the future of agriculture and food. So this will become a very meaningful and timely event. As you know, in this big blur era, food and technology and food tech industry is growing rapidly. We pay attention to the potential and we are currently supporting actively. By 2027, food tech, we are going to nurture 30 businesses. We are going to create a great environment where alternative food and other 10 top businesses can grow even further. Food supply and production, so across a supply chain, we are going to support and utilize biological technology and other various types of technology. I would like to tell you that this will become a great opportunity to pull our wisdom together so that we can make a great leap in the future. And the government will provide the full support.
Thank you very much. We would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Minister Chung for that warm words. Thank you. And we have received support and congratulatory speeches from many people for this conference. And let me share some of these special messages here at the site. And this video is prepared by Chairman So Byung-hoon of the National Assembly Agriculture, Food, Rural Affairs, Oceans and Fisheries Committee, and the members of the National Assembly, Han Byung-do, and last but not least, Governor Kim Kwan-young of Jeollabuk-do Province here in Korea. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's draw your attention to the screen.
Hello everyone. I am So Byung-hoon, chairperson of the Agriculture, Food, Rural Affairs, Oceans and Fisheries Committee, and Gyeonggi Gwangju, member of National Assembly. Congratulations on hosting the 13th Food Police International Conference. I would like to thank the organizers who made this special occasion possible. Today, the world is facing big blur phenomenon. In other words, the boundaries between industries are blurred and fields that used to be divided are now being converged. Also, as we have experienced COVID-19 pandemic and Russia's aggression towards Ukraine, there is also a big wind of change in the agro-fisheries and food industry. We are joined by outstanding scholars and experts from home and abroad who will share their insight on food tech and infra tech. I hope this conference can offer a chance to brace for headwinds of food crisis and uncertainty and encourage cooperation among academia, industry, and other stakeholders. The National Assembly will spare no efforts to support the food industry to further develop. Once again, I sincerely congratulate the successful hosting of the 13th Food Police International Conference and wish all of you health and success. Thank you.
여러분 반갑습니다. 한병도
Hello
의원입니다.
everyone, my name is Han Byung-do, member of National Assembly. I would like to welcome you to the 13th Food Police International Conference and I congratulate you on this. I would like to thank President Kim Young-jae of Korea Food Police and other staff who've been working very hard. So with the digitalization and COVID pandemic, there's been a blurring
빅데이터 시대가 도래를 했습니다.
industrial
특히
borders. So it's a
인공지능과
big blur
빅데이터의
era
발전은 전
with the
산업에 있어 큰
development of
변화를
AI
가져오고
and
있습니다.
big data.
우리
There's been a
식품
rapid
산업도
change across the
다양한
industry.
기술과의
And the food
결합으로
industry
대전환의
is
기로에
the
서 있습니다.
phase of
모쪼록 우리
great
컨퍼런스가
transformation. So I
급변하는
hope that
식품
this
산업의
conference
대응 전략을
can
모색하고
come up with,
국내의
in this
현안이 널리 공유되는
occasion, we can come
유익한
up with
시간이
great
되기를
ideas
바랍니다.
and insight.
다시 한번
I would like
컨퍼런스 개최를
to
축하드리고요.
congratulate you
저
once again for
또한
hosting
식품
this
산업의
conference.
발전과
And
식품
I will
산업
also do my
클러스터의
best
도약을 위해서
to the
함께
growth of
노력하도록
food
하겠습니다.
industry and Korea
감사합니다.
FOODPOLIS. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big round of applause to our three esteemed guests. Thank you very much for that meaningful words. We'd like to once again extend our sincere gratitude for gracing this occasion with their words of remarks. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we do have Mayor Jung Hon-yul of Iksan City who are joining us here at the site. So now please join me in welcoming him onto the stage with a big round of applause.
Hello everyone, my name is Jung Hon-yul, Mayor of Iksan City. First of all, I would like to congratulate Korea FOODPOLIS on hosting this event, and I would also like to thank President Kim Young-jae and other staff for your endeavor, and I would also like to thank our speakers and our experts and distinguished guests for attending today's event despite your busy schedule. And I would also like to thank Mr. Kim Chun-jin from AT, and Mr. Do Soo-hyun from Korea IPET, and Mr. Koo Bon-gun from Korea Agricultural Technology Promotion Agency, and Mr. Park Sung-tae from Wongang University. I also like to thank Mr. No Young-woo for your hard effort and endeavors to the growth of food industry. Now we are recovering from the pandemic. We are entering into a very good season of spring, and it's great to see you all here in this city of Iksan in this great season. And this will give us a great chance to develop further into the future. And in this event, we'll be able to tackle diseases and industrial border big blur phenomenon and other challenges that we face in the food industry. So we will be able to take stock of ourselves and come up with strategies to address all of these challenges. So our prominent speakers are here, so very helpful and insightful presentations are ready to be shared. So I hope that we'll be able to have a forecast and predictions and come up with great strategies in this time of change. Once again, I would like to thank you for being here. The city of Iksan has been selected to be participant of the phase 2 of the FOODPOLIS project, and we are going to do our best to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Jung Hon-yul. He has delivered his warm words and welcome remarks to all of us, both online and offline. Thank you once again for your support, Mayor. And now next, we'd like to hear welcoming remarks from CEO Kim Chul-jin of the Korea Agro Fisheries and Food Trade Corporation. He's joining us here at the site. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
반갑습니다.
Good afternoon.
역시 우리 김영재 원장님,
President Kim Young-jae of FOODPOLIS.
김영재 CEO 너무 잘하시죠?
He is great, right?
사람이 바뀌면 이렇게 달라져요.
Really, when people change, the organizations change. Who does what really matters and drives a lot of changes. Please give a big round of applause to President Kim Young-jae.
역시 우리 익산은
And Iksan,
정말 자랑스러운
I am so proud of Iksan because it's the core of food industry in Korea. Mayor
남다른 열정.
Jung Hyun-yul of Iksan is passionate and enthusiastic about growing the food industry.
질투심이라서 볼 수 없을 정도로
And
아주 가까이 하면서
President Kim Young-jae and Mayor Jung Hyun-yul of Iksan are closely cooperating with each other to nurture the food industry. And President Park Sang-tae of Wonkwang University,
고리를 만들어가면서
he is actually nurturing human talents who can contribute to the food industry. So President Park, my special thanks goes to you.
경기평의 노수연
And Do Soo-hyun, director from Korea IPET, I kindly ask for your active support. And there are many distinguished guests here with us today. Dan Solis, the keynote speaker, who works for FDA, and also other speakers, including Lars Visbeth Sorensen, the CEO of Food and Bio Cluster. Well, if I have a chance, I would really like to visit Denmark and visit your cluster and welcome to Korea. I hope you can help us develop the domestic food industry. And there are many other foreign speakers, but I didn't have a chance to say hello to you in person. Please actively share your insights so that we can go home with a lot of takeaways. And let me talk about Korea. Korea is faced with a lot of challenges now because it has a large population with small territory or small land. So that's why we import most of our food. And last year, we imported $55.5 billion worth food. And this, we have a lot of, we have high food import dependency. And just like Denmark, I believe we need to become a food industry powerhouse, and we need to achieve food sovereignty to some extent. And we will need to develop our economy further. And that's a way to contribute to human health across the globe. Koreans are really smart and intelligent. So because we win a lot in different competitions and examinations. And to become an agri-food powerhouse, we need to apply cutting-edge technology to this industry. And Korea has a lot of healthy fermented food. And Korea is well known for its fermented food. And if we apply cutting-edge technology, then we can grow into a competitive market. And we can contribute to protecting health of global citizens. And you are in the center of such efforts, just like the Netherlands. Netherlands exported more than 140 billion won worth food last year. But there are only 1/3 of the population in the
그런 모델을
Denmark. So
삼아서 우리도
I hope we can benchmark Denmark and we can grow further. And at the center of such efforts, there is Mr. President Kim Young-jae of FOODPOLIS.
미래를 향해서
Let's
힘차게
run towards the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that encouraging congratulatory remarks. CEO Kim Chun-jin has delivered his message and also mentioned the importance of cooperation and technology in the field of food. Thank you once again. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we will hear a message of congratulations from Director Do Soo-hyun from Korea iPad. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
존경하는
Distinguished guests,
저는
my name is No Soo-hyun, President of Korea Institute of Planning and Evaluation for Technology. I would like to thank Mr. President Kim of Korea FOODPOLIS for arranging this event, and I would also like to thank FDA Assistant Commissioner Dan Solis and our speakers today for attending this event despite your busy schedule. And my thanks also go to everyone who's done a lot to make this possible. Currently, we are facing an era where COVID-19 has ended. So this is a post-COVID era, and the demands of the consumers are getting ever more increasing and become various and diverse. And now it's a time for us to present a new blueprint for change and innovation. And the trend of technology is being created and is leaving the market ever more rapidly. So we need to provide the right direction and right solutions. Given this situation, today's event with the theme of Big Blur phenomenon and solutions for the industry will provide us with a great chance to come up with new items so that we can secure safety of our food and competitiveness of the food industry. And I hope that in this event we'll be able to learn and find new engine of growth for our future food industry. My organization is a specialized organization in food and agricultural R&D. So we are going to continue to pay attention to domestic and foreign issues related to food industry, and we are going to make sure that K-food tech industry further develops as a new engine of growth. And this conference is not only a place where we analyze and analyze the status quo and the core technologies, but I think it's more meaningful because here we can identify our strategies where K-food can become even more advanced. So in this situation, we will have to pay attention to how we can mutually cooperate and how we can innovate further into digitalized food industry. I believe that this event will be a meaningful and timely event for and helping us to do so. Thank you very much for attending the third
Thank you very much for that beautiful
event.
word, Director Do Soo-hyun. As he mentioned, we all hope that this conference can serve as a meaningful occasion for further development internationally in the field of food industry. Thank you once again. Next, we will hear another congratulatory remark from the President Park Sung-tae of Wongang University. So let's welcome him.
여러분 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Park Sung-tae, president of Wonkwang University. I would like to congratulate you on hosting the 13th FOODPOLIS International Conference.
신흥원은 지난
The FOODPOLIS,
2001년부터
starting from 2012, has invited top speakers around the world to discuss international issues and share information. So it's been hosting this international conference since 2012. Korea has been leading local food activity and digital-based food consumption markets. So this market is growing rapidly, and because of a war in Ukraine, there is more importance in securing food security and in providing the adequate food technology. So in this context, this theme of today's conference is highly meaningful, and it gives us a valuable opportunity to talk about food tech, AI, big data, and robot, and other technology and industry's future. So I would like to thank Mr. Kim again. I would also like to thank Dan Solis from FDA and our speakers today who are here to discuss and explain food tech, customized platforms, and food production technology and infra technology. So our goal in Korea, and the government of Korea's goal, is to establish growth spaces for universities and local regions. So this is actually the ultimate objective of the government's Regional Innovation System project called RIS. Wonkwang University is the only Korean university that is in charge of RIS's agriculture and biological project. We have cooperated with 10 companies of FOODPOLIS in the first phase of food cluster. And by sharing our experience, Wonkwang University has been working with local government and the cluster that is laid out in the second phase of the plan of National Food Cluster, and we will try to establish various businesses and programs, and by being selected as the second phase National Food Cluster project, Iksan City and Jeollabuk-do and Wonkwang University will be able to open a new chapter for our Korea's food industry. I hope that all of you learn a lot from this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Park, for that meaningful message. We sincerely appreciate the support and all the work that they've shared us today. Thank you very much for your meaningful words to all of our speakers and all of our distinguished guests who are joining us today. Thank you. And now let me briefly introduce some of the attendees here at the site. We are joined by Manager Do Young-ho from MAFRA International Food Cluster Team. And we are also joined by Koo Bon-gun, Vice President of the Korea Agricultural Technology Promotion Agency. And we are having Director Lee Ji-hyung of the Agriculture and Food Industry Division at Jeollabuk-do. We're also joined by Director Park Kap-soo at Iksan City. Last but not least, we also have Chairman An Jin-young of the National Food Cluster Tenant Company Association. And ladies and gentlemen, due to limited time, we cannot introduce everyone who are joining us today. But once again, thank you very much for your time and your presence. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the keynote session, we had a little technical issue with our audio system previously. Please understand that inconvenience. And before we meet Mr. Dan Solid, we'd like to go back to our governor. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Governor Kim Kwan-young of Jeollabuk-do. Please draw your attention to the screen.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. I'm Kim Kwan-young, Governor of Jeollabuk-do. Congratulations on hosting the 13th FOODPOLIS International Conference. Last year, Korea's agro-fisheries and food exports reached a historic high ever. Jeollabuk-do also hit record high on agro-fisheries and food exports. Now, Korea's food industry has reached out to consumers all around the world beyond borders and boundaries. The food industry in Jeonbuk is also at a turning point. The two-phased FOODPOLIS project is now a candidate for a national industrial park, and Iksan's job creation project has been considered as an investment model led by a local government. In addition, as smart farms are created in Gimje, Saemangum, and farmland, we are pursuing to converge agriculture and high-tech industry. Held under the theme of Big Blur Phenomenon and Solutions for Food Industry, this conference is timelier and more meaningful than ever. I hope this conference to be a venue for sharing a new vision on agriculture and food industry in the era of convergence. Thank you.
Let's give a big round of applause to our governor. Thank you once again for that meaningful and heartfelt word. We would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Governor Kim Kwan-young of Jeollabuk-do once again. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with the first item of our agenda, which will be a video keynote speech. This time, we're joined by Assistant Commissioner Dan Solis, who is in charge of the US FDA imports. And today, he will be delivering his presentation under the topic of FDA Artificial Intelligence Important Seafood Pilot Program. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him onto the screen.
다양한 분야에서 AI,
In many fields, AI is being used by FDA to manage food safety
음식품의 이미지 분석과
and
유해성분,
also the safety of pharmaceutical products. From 2019, FDA has been using AI to identify hazardous ingredients and contaminated products by using image analysis and the data analysis. Technological innovation enables humans to lead a safer life and also enhance efficiency of work. To secure safety of imported seafood across the globe, the FDA is now using the pilot program based on AI and machine learning to expedite the clearance of imported seafood.
Some of this innovation is already creating a revolution in food production, supply, and delivery. These developments offer great opportunity, but also pose many challenges. Another example of the new kinds of tools we're developing for prevention can be seen in a pilot program we're conducting that will leverage artificial intelligence, otherwise known as AI, and machine learning to strengthen the agency's review of imported foods at the port of entry and to help ensure that they meet U.S. food safety standards. A proof of concept application of AI and machine learning models to historical shipment data indicates that we can expect very promising results from this pilot. Imagine having a tool that expedites the clearance of legitimate, compliant shipments and improves by 300% our ability to know which shipping container to examine, because that container is more likely to have violated products.
Also, the excessive or abundant amount of data on imported food and companies will be the foundation to screen high-risk facilities and food based on machine learning. By using the cutting-edge technology, FDA is trying to achieve safer life for humanity. And let's listen to Dan Solis.
Hi, my name is Dan Solis, and I'm the FDA Assistant Commissioner for Import Operations. My apologies for not being available to come in person to your event, but I am happy to be able to record this presentation on the FDA's Artificial Intelligence Imported Seafood Pilot Program. I would like to thank FOODPOLIS for the invitation and all of the importers and members of Smart Food Enterprise for attending today's presentation. I have to share with you on a personal note, I am very familiar with the Korean culture and love the Korean people, especially a big fan of K-pop. My daughter educated me into who is BTS and Blackpink and Lalisa. So if I could show you the types of dancing that my daughter taught me, I would, but don't have enough time here. But also a big fan of some of the weekly TV shows from Korea. I know one is Summer Strike and the other one is My Mister. A big fan of those from the weekly series that I'm watching. So very familiar with the Korean culture, and I wish I could be there in person. Today, we will talk about the FDA Artificial Intelligence Imported Seafood Pilot Program. What is it? Phase 3 and also next steps. We will also communicate to you who you should be contacting depending on your port of entry, or also provide you with additional resources to help you navigate a very complex trade roadmap into importing FDA goods into the U.S. On slide 3, in 2019, the FDA launched Artificial Intelligence Imported Seafood Pilot Program, which uses AI and machine learning to strengthen import screening and to ensure that foods entering the U.S. are safe. The pilot focuses on imported seafood because more than 90% of the U.S. seafood supply comes from other countries. And in the past, FDA has seen food safety concerns for various imported seafood products along different points in the supply chain. This pilot taps into the initiatives from our New Era of Smarter Food Safety Blueprint, a program that seeks to reduce the number of foodborne illnesses by leveraging technology to create a safer, more digital, traceable food system. Machine learning is a type of AI that can help identify connections and patterns that people or the FDA screening systems cannot see. These patterns are applied to incoming supply chains to help predict the likelihood that an import shipment is potentially harmful and not compliant with FDA regulations. The ability of machine learning to analyze data already generated and used by the agency makes it well suited for addressing complex public health challenges and helping the agency to ensure the safety of imported foods. So in the next slide, to date, there have been 3 phases of FDA's Imported Seafood Pilot Program. The first phase of the pilot was an analytical proof of concept. The analysis demonstrated potential for a machine learning driven approach to expedite the review of lower risk seafood shipments, while identifying those of higher risk for violations or refusals. The second phase, conducted out in the field, was designated to integrate machine learning into our existing import data systems like Predict to inform decisions about sampling by entry reviewers while gaining more experience with training of the machine learning model. The operational pilot was launched at all U.S. ports of entry from February 2021 through July 2021 and proved very successful. The real-time model was able to analyze an import entry and return a sample recommendation within seconds. This has not been done before. In the third phase, begun on August 15, 2022, will help to determine the feasibility of deploying an in-house AI machine learning model using the intelligence that FDA extracts from the data we collect, reviewing millions of import entries per year. For example, there have been enhancements made that determine how machine learning algorithms can best complement field operations and improve the agency's ability to identify products posing a threat quickly and efficiently. We also are looking at our seafood project portfolio to expand the use of machine learning to better protect consumers. Machine learning gives the agency the ability to analyze data from various sources to help inform FDA decisions and target our resources at the borders. In a related shrimp pilot, we have begun to focus on areas of increased risk, such as shrimp contaminated by agricultural drugs for foreign inspections from the top 3 countries importing shrimp into the U.S. This includes increased importer inspections, higher rates of sampling and examination, and use of non-traditional tools, such as third-party audits specific to this commodity. We incorporated the data from this project into the third phase of AI imported seafood pilot program, allowing for a more robust and larger targeted sampling. The third phase is designed to improve the agency's ability to quickly identify imported seafood products that may be contaminated by illness-causing pathogens, decomposition, the presence of unapproved antibiotic residues, or other hazards. The knowledge gained from the pilot will enable FDA to expand the use of machine learning in the screening of other FDA-regulated products and will inform future risk-based surveillance in products that present the greatest risk to consumers. The ultimate goal is to better protect consumers from unsafe food by advancing the FDA's ability to identify potential hazards. FDA's imports consist of 5 field divisions, covering over 350 plus ports of entry and 8 international mail facilities. Additionally, there is also the Division of Food Defense Targeting and Division of Import Operations at FDA headquarters. If your product is held longer than anticipated, you should always reach out to the division associated with the ports of entry first. Multiple holds at different ports of entry for extended periods of time can be reported to the OIO AI inquiry email, in addition to general questions on the OIO AI imported seafood pilot program. Next slide, please. And this is just the structure of our Office of Import Operations senior leadership, from the field divisions to the 2 divisions at headquarters that I mentioned earlier, and my 2 deputies, John Verbaden and Fayed Rahman. And as mentioned, these are resources available online at FDA's AI imported seafood pilot program. The CSMS message that we transmitted, the new era of smarter food safety that I mentioned, FDA's Technology and Modernization Action Plan, Import Screening Pilot unleashes the power of data and leverages artificial intelligence. FDA's strategy for the safety of imported food, seafood. Additionally, other resources available online is the Imports Program, contacts, the FDA ACE ITDS website, Product Code Builder, and DUNS number lookup. In addition, we also give you points of contact with contact information as well as phone numbers for areas of focus. If it's happening at multiple ports of entry, then I would contact Division of Import Operations, and there is an email mailbox for inquiries regarding non-specific ports of entry. If there is a specific ports of entry, for example, you're importing into the Port of Los Angeles, for example, there is an FDA office in the Port of Long Beach. And typically when a detention occurs, you will get an FDA notice of action, or what we call an FDA NOA. You can receive that electronically or from your customs broker. And what that does is it describes why the FDA is holding it. If the answers to your question are still not being addressed by the compliance officer, which is your first person you should talk to regarding the detention, then you could escalate it up to the chain of command, to the compliance officer supervisor, to the director of compliance branch, to the program division director, and so on. But if it's a general multiple ports, then I would say reach out to the email that's on the resource page of our presentation, and also reach out to the Division of Import Operations. First, what I typically advise, especially brand new importers into the U.S., is hire a competent customs broker or filer that knows your commodity. For example, there are specific customs brokers that know seafood versus cosmetic versus medical device. Do some homework on the websites of different customs brokers who knows your commodity of interest, because they would know the requirements to file a customs. And then once you have a very competent customs broker, then what I would do is do some homework about FDA requirements. FDA is very good on our FDA.gov website to provide all the information you might need to submit information to Customs and Border Protection, the required elements that we're requesting. For example, there might be affirmation of compliance codes that's required for your medical products. And you won't know that unless you do some homework on the FDA website about what those requirements are. And again, the customs broker or filer would know that information because they take tests in order to qualify to submit to Customs and Border Protection. And one of the test questions is on FDA requirements, as well as other federal agency requirements. So it's not just FDA requirements that they should know. There's also other requirements like USDA and Fish and Wildlife. And the customs broker or filer would know what those requirements are. Very similar to what I mentioned earlier is hiring a competent customs broker or filer that knows seafood, for example. But also on our FDA website, we do present seafood shipment requirements, what is needed. For example, if you're importing shrimp, there are some requirements for you to test the products. And what we would do is, if it's detained here in the U.S., we would detain that shipment, and it would require the importer here in the U.S. to hire a private lab to make sure that the products are safe for entry to the U.S., especially if you're a first-time importer. We can't say this enough, that if you're a first-time importer, it's best for you to get help with your very first shipment. Because with FDA's Predict system, what we do is those with good history in importing the FDA goods into the United States have the highest rate of MAPRCs than those that are brand new. So if you have a detained or held shipment, I would first check the FDA Notice of Action, or NOA. In the FDA Notice of Action, you will get a contact information about which compliance officer did the detention of your shipment. I would contact them first to find out what is the reason for the detention if it's not already self-explanatory in the FDA Notice. The FDA Notice will highlight the section within the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act that has the authority to detain the shipment, and will often give you advice into what the next steps are. If it can't be answered, then feel free to contact via phone or email the compliance officer. If the shipment is occurring in multiple ports, as I said earlier, I think that's where you need to elevate it up to a headquarter division, such as Division of Import Operations. In the resources that I provide in this presentation, we provide for you the FDA Imports Inquiry email mailbox at the very end, which is a good place to submit these questions to, especially if it's regarding multiple ports of entry. I think there's multiple forums available, especially if we want to share specifically artificial intelligence and machine learning. I know the federal agencies collectively have gotten together with the different departments, like Department of Homeland Security has held artificial intelligence forums. Our Office of Information Management Technology, or OIMT, has put together what they call an artificial intelligence playbook. It's published online on our FDA website, and it talks about where we would prioritize or different scenarios that FDA would use AI, and what type of AI we would use in different scenarios. If there is a request by either a government or a private industry to share, then I would invite the different offices within FDA that has AI as part of its responsibility for a summit or a conference where we would talk about and share, for example, information such as the one I'm presenting. There's been multiple of these already occurring. Just to let you know, we have been sharing with other countries as well as them sharing with us. So I think it's a great time for the world to actually understand a little bit about the parameters of artificial intelligence, but also to understand some of the fears behind artificial intelligence. We know that there's fear that this is going to take over the world and we're going to have, robots running everything in the future, which is, incorrect in terms of the ability for us to use artificial intelligence. Behind every AI model that we have, what we provide is human intelligence in order to run it. So I think you have to appreciate human intelligence as well as artificial intelligence and combine the two so that some of these fears can be eliminated with regards to its application for other uses in the future, which we know there are multiple uses of AI being conducted today in today's technology. Thank you, everyone, again for inviting me to come today. Thank you, FOODPOLIS, for inviting me. It was my pleasure to provide this information and the latest information here from FDA. And we learned a lot during the pandemic, and I wish that I could travel there in person to present this one day in your beautiful country. But this is the next best thing, and I think from the pandemic, we're slowly getting back into traveling again. And some of the great lessons learned from the pandemic means that we could do things a little bit faster, things remotely through video conferences like this. That's one of the things that we've been able to evolve. So happy to use Zoom as another way for us to communicate with all of you. So thank you again for inviting FDA, and hope to see you soon. Goodbye.
Please give a big round of applause. Thank you very much to Dan Salis for that meaningful keynote speech. His presentation reminded us once again of the various technologies being utilized to enhance the safety of imported seafood and how AI is rapidly becoming integrated into our daily lives. Once again, thank you very much for that keynote speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to commence session 1, Food Tech. In the session 1, we will have 2 presentations, and after that, we will have a Q&A session. So the first presentation is under the topic of research and empirical case for digital factory transformation based on food tech in the food industry. And this presentation is prepared by Mr. Kwon Gi-hyun, a research head of the Korea Food Research Institute. He's here at the site, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
Hello everyone.
우리 컨퍼런스 국제컨퍼런스 개최를 축하드리면서
Congratulations on hosting the 13th FOODPOLIS International Conference, and today I will talk about developing a standardized model for food manufacturing process and industrialization of manufacturing robots. And from 5 years ago, using video and sensors, robot standardization has been processed. And due to the time constraint, I will keep myself brief. And food tech is being explored by many different government agencies, and Ministry of Agriculture and Food and Rural Affairs considers that food tech is a combination of food and technology, and Ministry of Food and Drug Safety is using cutting-edge technologies in the food industry, and Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy is trying to digitize the value chain using this technology. And food tech utilizes robots, and especially intelligent robots. And in the food tech industry, I think in the logistics, packaging, and data-related industry, they will be used more. And alternative food and meal replacements have developed a lot, but like pre-processing and food manufacturing are being lagging behind other manufacturing industries. But this, in the food cluster, a lot of new sectors are being formed. And FOODPOLIS is actually leading these
이
efforts.
식품 산업에서 가장 문제점 되는
And
것들을 한 네 가지로
there
지금 보고
are
있습니다.
four
경제 활동
key
인구의
issues.
감소,
One
그다음에 이제
is
제조
the
설비의
reduction
낙후,
in the number
품질 안전
of
생산 관리의
labor
문제가
force.
있는데요.
Second,
그중에서도 중소기업의 문제점들이
old and outdated
보시는
manufacturing
것과 같이
facilities.
전문화된
And third,
또는
lack
대여화된
of quality,
부분에
safety and
고도화된
production
제조 자동화
management.
설비가 되어 있지 않습니다.
And as you can see, there are no automated system or
이런
facilities.
사업과
And
기업의
that's
보급
why
사업이 이루어져야 될 것으로
we
판단됩니다.
believe the
실질적으로 우리가
companies
로봇을
will
이
need to
현장에
get
기를 때
support
가장
for
문제점은
with these
이런 푸드테크
new
생산
and
공정이나
cutting-edge
식품
facilities.
가공
And the
공정
biggest
표준화나
hurdle
조리 서비스에
to
있어서
applying
표준화가
the
뭔지,
robot and
그리고 안전을 위해서는 어떻게
automation
협업을 해야
system,
되는지,
we
데이터는
don't, like,
어떻게
people don't
추출하고
know how
분석하고
to
해석하고
extract,
그걸 가지고
collect,
다시
interpret the data,
일사시간에서 데이터를
and
써야 되는지를 확보가 되어 있지
utilize
않습니다.
the
그래서
data on the
지금
field.
정부에서 하고 있는 것들 중에
And they also lack enough
ESS를
understanding
통해서
on the
그다음에
automation
이
and
HMR이나 이런 것들을
using
좀 활용하고 있는데요.
ESS.
특히 이 ERP 같은
The
경우에는
government is
현장에서
focusing on
사용하고
HMR,
하는데
and also the
교육이라든가
field is
실제로
trying to
현장에서
use
사용하고
ERP,
있는
but
인력 개발이나 인력 양성에
there
굉장히
is
어려움을
not
겪고
enough
있습니다.
training being
이런
done
것들이
to
이번에
nurture
푸드테크 사업에
talent.
같이 통합이 돼서
And these
필요한
efforts
부분을
should
열고 해서
be
나갈 수 있도록
involved
그렇게
in
조치가 되면
the
좋을 것
development
같고요.
of the food
따라서
tech
그런
industry.
것들을 우리가 표준화 공정과 시스템
And
구축한 후에
after
미래의
building the
푸드테크 시스템 제조
standardization
플랫폼을
process,
창업화하는
we will
그런
need
큰
to
사업으로
industrialize
만들고자 합니다.
the food
그런
manufacturing
와중에 우리
digital
미래형 디지털
platform.
팩토리
And
구축은
this
지금
future-oriented digital platform,
참조해 주시기 바랍니다.
please
저희가
refer
이제
to
시장을
the
조사할 때 여러 가지가 있어요.
leaflet we
HMR,
provided, and then we have studied the markets, and there are different markets for HMR, home meal replacement, and export-oriented SMEs, manufacturing model, and also traditional food manufacturing model, and franchise stores manufacturing model, and analysis should be conducted based on each model. And kimchi, 50% is about cleaning, and 30% is pickling and dehydration and packaging, and cabbage core and stuffing only takes up 13.6%. So we need to collect the data and analyze the data on the food manufacturing, and then we will need to form a structure out of unstructured data. To do so, we will need to interpret and study the unit process and create the standardized model for manufacturing robots, and we will need to customize and improve the robots, and then put robots on the site and field, and then we will need to improve the manufacturing environment and hire more staff and minimize the fatigue of workers. And the biggest issue of robots in the food industry is that how to integrate robots in with know-how and tradition of the existing companies. So for about 5 years, I have been creating the standardized model for food manufacturing industry and plants. So first is to supply ingredients and pre-processing, cooking and processing, and also analyzing the process applying manufacturing robots, and then standardizing the commercialized or actual robots. Only if this model is standardized, then although the owner changes, still there would be a continuum of work or consistency in work. And for the entire process, we have visited 140 companies across 5 years. And what was most
조그만
important
기업들은
was
하나의 공정을
SMEs
만들어서
created one process, made profit out of it, and then created other plans. So it was really difficult to standardize their process because SMEs were developing step by step, and it was really difficult to standardize SMEs model. So we talked with head of the factory and workers and listened to them and incorporated their feedback in our model development. So we selected the item, created a plan, standardized the process, and then created a manual. And then let's look at the data we collected. So a worker usually screens with their bare eyes, but it's difficult because there is a light and visual interference. And by using the video screening, we can increase efficiency, and this video can actually sort out any contamination or not qualified products, but also robots should not interfere with human workers. That's why the safety device and safety function is a must. And that's we realized that with machine learning using cutting-edge technology. And kimchi is the everyday, like eaten in everyday meal in Korea. So let's look at kimchi production process. So here, there is a lot of manual work involved, but so we will needed to determine when to introduce and adopt robots and what kind of data to enter. Then, like by automating with putting robots in the process, we standardized the model, and then when we collected the data, we saw motion control and collected the data again. Then this data was used to production, R&D, and quality management to provide solutions. And so this model can be customized after being standardized. So this helps manufacturing food in a safe way. So this is how the K-food, Korean food, can further develop in the future. And this is a video processing to help workers, and we have monitored this video screening for about a month. And then here there was an integrated monitoring. We have built the integrated database, and currently in our research institute there is the data center. And also companies in the national food cluster can also utilize digital twin and make a good use of the system we developed. And this is what we are developing, removing cabbage core. So the size and density and features of cabbages are all different, and also the size of the edge is all different. So by using video screening, we can understand the axis X and axis Y of cabbage and then remove cabbage core. But this technology has not been developed completely. Still, with a slight advancement, we were able to improve efficiency by 25%. By efficiency, I mean that there is less food waste and less time is spent. And here, many foreign laborers have been doing a lot of difficult and dangerous works, but those works were replaced with industrial robots. And the use of industrial robots is aimed at reducing the number of workers and increasing efficiency. And then here, if manual works are being done, it becomes really dangerous. And to prevent safety incidents, we have replaced these human workers with robots.
몇 가지가 있는데 이 김치의
to
가장
set the direction,
핵심이
and then
원물에
there
대한
are
손상입니다.
several
원물에 대한 손상이면 숙성이라든가 기타 등등
issues
발효
with
같은 게
kimchi.
무너지거든요.
So
그래서 그런 부분이 때문에 굉장히 어려워서
when cabbage
여기서
core
뭐 200kg,
is
100kg를
like
갖다 놓는
removed
것을
and then
이렇게
the
AM이나
seasoning
AG로
is
이동하는
done,
것으로 저희가
we need to make sure
개선하고요.
that cabbage is still
지금
has a
보시는
good
것은
quality.
현재
And
진행되는
here,
부분을 이제 몇 가지 보시는데 이건 팔레타이징인데요.
this is about
완료된 것들은 이제
palletizing,
사람들이 다
and
적재를 하고 있습니다.
like after
로봇이
palletizing,
실질적으로 진행하는 것으로 했고요.
workers were stacking this kimchi, but now this work is replaced by palletizing robot. And so when to load and where to move are all simulated, and then we analyze the production rate, or like operational rate, and then the amount of production. And then we were able to know when workers felt tired the most, and then the productivity went down the most. So this is the 3D modeling and simulation we did, and we were able to understand the work time of and break time of workers, and what kind of activities and motions are most needed, and what's the allowable load, and food needs to be safer. So like we wanted to secure food safety with this robot process. And then we visited 140 companies and developed 16 standardized processing model, and carried out 46 demonstrations. And let me share with you the key achievements. And of course, productivity has increased, but the key takeaway was that the defect rate was reduced significantly. And let me share with you the best practice. This company used 2 types of robots to improve productivity and reduce defect rate. And here you see this used to be done. This moving kimchi was used to be done by 6 or 7 workers before, but this work was replaced with robots now. And then and it's really difficult to develop this kind of technology because some products need to be like flipped. But like the thing here is like if this packaging is contaminated with human hand, this becomes really tricky because this is food and it can lead to foodborne illness of customers. So now these robots are cleaner. So they use optical sensor to do packaging, and then this is the company who gets supply is Prim One, a big company in Korea, and supplier is an SME called Asetek, and there were 3 cases, and actually 1 robot covered 3 output lines. Before, human workers did this work, especially using this vacuum pad, like the skew is moved and then palletized. And this supplier made a lot of achievement, and then this one supplier is Gyeonghi Information Tech. And here this is a really dangerous task. If human workers do this, they need to pull these heavy skews up, but now this work is done by robots. So 6 to 7 workers used to do this work throughout the day, but now this is industrialized. The key here is all the downstream and upstream industries should use standardized model, and this company is the Korean traditional food company, and here like many human workers were really stressed out of this work. So we now see, you can see that this capping process is all automated, and robots put these things into the machine.
금산에 있는데 상당히
onto
많이
the
생산성이
rail,
올라가
and the
있습니다.
productivity increased
실제로 로봇이
significantly.
적용해도 충분히 가능하다.
So
그래서
robots
굉장히
can be
어려웠던
used
부분이지만
for
저희들이
these
이제
works. Of course, it was really difficult to apply robots on the site, but
다음은 이제
still we
아까
made such an
말씀드린 대로 이제
achievement. And then
배추입니다.
next,
이렇게
this is
보시는
about
대로
cabbage.
집어넣으면 카메라가 위치를
And
제어하고 로봇이
camera
자동 트래킹을
controls the
이용해서
location,
계속해서
and
핵심을
then
제거하는데요.
robots
이 핵심 기술은
track
이제
this
데이터가
cabbage.
쌓이면
And the key
계절별 데이터가
key
쌓이면
technology
여기서
is
이제
if more
우리가
data is
스피드들이
accumulated over
자동으로
time,
깊이까지
then
해줘서
the
가장
depth of the
품질
cabbage
저하인
core will
섬유질까지 완벽하게
be
제거하고
able
그
to
안에
be
들어있는
found out, and then the
제거하는 그런
like
기술까지 이제
fiber
실제로
residue
요
can be
그 트래킹되는
removed,
부분은
which will
정확하게
enhance the
위치를 파악해서
quality
지금
of
진행을
kimchi
하고 있습니다.
product. So
다음은
the
이제
this uses location
실질적으로 이런
identification technology,
AM을
and
통해서
then next this
적재해서
is
자동으로
using AM
사람의 손을
and
타지 않고
the
저장고까지 들어가는
the
부분인데요.
multi-joint
여기
robot
보시면
AGV
이렇게
is being
소비자가
used.
선택한 자기
And here
온라인에 선택한
you will
물건이
see a
라인을
consumer is
따라서
ordered a
자기가
product
저장하는
online,
곳을
and then
판단해서 로봇이
this
실질적으로
robot
저장하고 있다가
stores
수확
the
시점까지
SKUs
동일한
and
제품이
products,
소비자까지 가는 겁니다.
and then
그래서
these
자기가
products
인터넷으로
are
봐가지고
delivered to
찍은
consumers.
상품이
So
본인이 어디에 저장돼
the
있고 어떻게
actual
유통돼 있고
product
그런
selected
부분까지
by a
실질적으로는
consumer
로봇화시켰습니다.
online is delivered to the
이거 같은 경우는
customer's
실질적으로 굉장히 어려운
doorstep.
부분이죠. 아까
And then
지금
this
보고
is
계셨는데
really
수작업이다.
difficult
반자동,
work.
자동화.
So
저희는 이제
this
이거를
was
자동화까지
like
이제
100%
하는
manual
모습을
work,
잠깐
but we have
보여드리겠습니다.
changed this to
이렇게
half automated
트래킹
work
기능을
and
처음에
then
이제 세팅을
100%
하면,
automated work. This
이
was not
로봇이,
easy at all. And
사람을,
here you can
로봇은
see
두
that
대지만
there are only
14명
2 robots,
대신하고
and they
있습니다.
are
이거는
replacing
관리
14
로봇이고요.
human
이
workers,
같은
and this
경우에는
is
이제
the
이렇게
managerial robot.
이적재 인캐싱하는
And
부분들이
in
영상에서
casing,
자동으로
you can see
라인을 열어주는
the
그런
line
부분이고요.
automatically
마지막으로 이제
opens,
몇 가지 보실
and
게
then
있는데 이렇게 이제 APC나
this
우리
APC
전라북도에서 가장 중요한 스마트팜 같은
Smart
경우에도
farm, which is most
전체적으로
important in
자동화를 통해서
전라북도,
선별과
are being
적재와
automated
그다음에
for
등급,
selection,
마지막 인케이싱,
grading,
팔레타이징,
and
이런
encasing
것들도
and
전부 다
palletizing.
자동화를 통해서
So all
인력
of
부족한
this
인력, 그다음에
process
생산성,
can
그다음에
be
품질 안정에
automated
대한 기여가 좀 필요할
to
거라고
address the
판단됩니다.
issue of a lack of
이거 같은 경우는 이제
labor
그 제과제빵
force.
쪽인데요.
And then
로봇이
this is
자동으로
about
세관된 것을
bakery products. So
올려서
robot
다시 코팅하는
lifts
것으로
up
이제
the
쏟아붓고
plate,
자동으로
and then
코팅을 하고요. 그다음에 이제
these
우리가
bakery
그
product is
가루까지
coated,
올리는 상태입니다.
and then the
그래서 요
price is
부분까지 완전
attached.
자동화,
So
사람이
the
없이 갈 수
entire
있고요.
process
아까
is
말씀드린
100%
대로
automated
진공 패드 같은
without
경우에도
human
계속 오염되는
labor.
부분을 이제 이
And
안에
then
자동으로 살균할
this
수
is
있도록 하고요.
vacuum
이거는 지금
pad,
이쪽
and this is
익산에
disinfected
쪽에 있는
automatically. And then
아이스크림 회사인데
this is an
서주인데요.
ice cream company
요걸 할때
called
굉장히
Soju,
불량률이 많았는데
located in
저희가
Iksan, and there
자동으로
was a lot of
실제로 자동
there was
제어와
high
데이터를
defect
통해서
rate before,
이런 부분들을
but
저희가
now,
다뤄냈고,
like with
그리퍼
automation, the
같은
defect
경우에도
rate
저희가
has been
개발해서
reduced
진행한
dramatically.
향후에도 저희들이 이런
So
것들을
in the
개발을
future,
해서
we will
현장에
continue to
보급하고
develop
하는 부분들이
these
굉장히 많이
robots and
있겠는데요.
models
이런
and
것들의 가장
provide
핵심은
them
뭐냐면 안전 생산이
to
최고고
sites,
작업자의
and
안전도
safe
최고고
production
아주 그
is
작은
key here,
공간에서
and
자동화
these
통해서 데이터를
these
통해서
industrial
이런
robots
것들이
actually
나중에
protect the
커스터마이징해서
safety of
보고가 될 수
human
있는
workers, and
푸드테크 기술이
this
되는
this
부분이
will
저희들이
be
최고의
a food
목표입니다.
tech technology
지금까지 이 발표를
in the
마쳤고요.
future.
경청해
Well,
주셔서
thank you for
감사합니다.
listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kwan. Thank you for introducing us to robotic systems throughout the food manufacturing process. I believe that whether it's AI or robotic, these technologies are created by human hand. And it is our responsibility now to determine how and where to utilize them. Therefore, we need to gather our wisdom in order to understand them properly and use them in the right direction. Thank you once again for that first presentation. And the next speaker also shares the same concerns. We will now invite Director Navid Ye from Cognis onto the stage. Today, she will be delivering her presentation on the topic of technology of machine vision and deep learning in the food industry. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is Navid Sowan Ye, in charge of Korea Packaging team as a team manager and Asia Packaging team as a team leader. Well, I'm pleased to stand here to introduce the machine vision and deep learning technologies of Cognex in front of such honored guests. Well, this is the very first time for me to stand such a huge international conference, so if I make small mistakes, it would be much appreciated to understand with your generosity. Well, deep learning, smart factory, and AI, machine vision, these are not the new technologies or unfamiliar anymore. They are the essential parts in all industries. But still, some of you are wondering how these technologies are working or used well in our industries. So I'll explain today about the vision technologies and deep learning solution and how they are really worked well to develop the food industry with references. Well, I'm going to start by giving background and the basis of the market trend of the food industry. Well, COVID-19 is over, one of the tough times in our history, and it brought a lot of changes, and the changes are still in progress unexpectedly. Well, with COVID-19, interest for safety becomes one of the most important part ever than before. People want to ensure their safety and the quality of the product that they buy. And also these products are getting more diversified. And the depopulation is another important issue all around the world. And every year, the birth rate is decreasing, and it causes labor shortages. Companies should pay more to maintain their production and to develop their working conditions as well. Also, carbon neutrality, one of the topics from last conference, is another important issue to keep the Earth better. And for this, government encourages companies in various ways. With these movements in food industry, well, global research company Market predicts that food industry would be the attribute to a growth for demand of vision technology. And it also predicts that the Korea vision market will grow faster than ever before. And among all industries, food industry would be the fastest growing area. But still, 10% of a global population is working as a visual inspector. You are still depending on humans. Then why do we need machine vision? What is machine vision? Well, we need a machine vision to improve the productivity of the manufacturing lines. And we need machine vision to improve the quality of the product. And we also need a machine vision to improve traceability, to managing the whole history of manufacturing. Well, machine vision sees the object or the situation with the optical parts consist of a lens and lightings like we do with our eyes. And it thinks about the situation and the object with the embedded software like we do with our brain. Well, we can do many things with vision technology. We can guide, we can inspect, we can gauge, and we can identify the object or situation. Machine vision can do many things, more than you think. Then if machine vision can do everything, why do we need deep learning? Well-skilled human inspector is great. They have a powerful brain and intuition with their experiences. But human has a limitation. They cannot work consistently, and they are easily affected to their emotional and physical conditions, and human causes a cost. That's why we moved to the machine vision. Machine vision can work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and a whole year. Machine vision is faster and more accurate and more reliable, but it also has a limitation based on the capacity of the connected host device, like a volumation. To cover a wider range of the complexity of applications, we moved to a deep learning. Well, we need the flexibility of human and the reliability and consistency of their computer system at the same time in our manufacturing sites. Well, deep learning is a combination of a human performance and a computerized system. And Cognex have been leading global vision market over 40 years. And every year, we invest our revenue about 16% to R&D. Well, with a continuously investment and development, Cognex has 3 different types of vision technologies. They are rule-based vision, that is the traditional one, and the deep learning technology, one of the hottest topic these days, and the latest, the new types of deep learning technology called edge learning. Well, now that we have covered about the background and the market trends basis of the vision technology, let's move on to the next phase to take a look how these technologies are used in our industry with the references. Well, to improve the productivity of manufacturing line, we need a vision technology. Well, you can see from the video, human inspector cannot cover this severe situation. You need to pick the correct product with the exact position under high speed and even irregular condition of the package. And this is why we need a vision technology to improve the productivity. And to improve quality of the product, we also need vision technology. Well, quality issue in food industry is increasing every year, and most are related to our foreign materials and the OCR marking condition and the packaging status. Well, foreign material inspection is one of the challenging applications that is covered by vision technology in food industry. Well, we totally cannot predict what types of foreign materials will be appeared and where, and the rule-based vision neither do. So that is why we need a deep learning technology to solve this issue, to improve their quality by training the various case of types. And deep learning technology can connect it with other vision solutions like X-ray system. Well, sometimes you need to detect the defects inside of the package, but the machine vision cannot see the defects inside. So you can use the X-ray system to see the object directly inside of the package. And you can use the 3D vision system to detect or check the whole condition of the product. You can check the height or volume or the condition and the correct types and consistency of the products or bundle with the 3D laser type by scanning the whole area. And to improve traceability, you also need a vision technology in your field. Well, this is one of the best part to explain why we need deep learning for this. Where rule-based vision, traditional one, can read the OCR data, but it has a limitation and it needs the standard based on the some specific value. But by time goes and the industry is getting diversified, marking conditions cannot be the same always. So you need to read the OCR data exactly and correctly under various conditions. You can read the data on the surface that is a high reflection, and sometimes you can read data on the wrapped or overlapped printing, and sometimes you can read the data printing right on the background without any guidance. And these all cases are the current status and current condition in the food industry that we are meeting now. And you can also the forming of their product by deep learning technology, by training of their various images as well. And you can also check or inspect the conditions of their package by the training for the various types of cases of their packaging with the deep learning technology as well. But recently, industry requested something new types of technology that is easier, faster, but based on deep learning technology. So Cognex has launched the very new type of deep learning technology that is called edge learning. There are three key features of edge learning. Well, you don't need hundreds or thousands of images for training, and it allows to shortening time for training as well. And also, no need for higher spec of PC or GPU, and no education is needed to use it as well. Well, as you can see, the bottom side of the page, only at least 11 to 12 images are used to train for the case. And when we did the on-site test, we completed whole test session within 12 minutes. This is one of the key features of the edge learning that is developed for easier usage and a faster result. And also to prevent mixing products in manufacturing lines, edge learning can classify the types of the products in manufacturing lines by training the whole images. And it is also hard to cover by the traditional rule-based. And edge learning can read well for the various types of the OCRs as well. It can read the OCR that is removed or damaged or on the reflective surface, maybe overlapping, and even Korean and other languages as well. And edge learning also can check the condition, like locations, alignment, and the wrapping and crack, conditions of the product by a training and the simple clicking to a setup. Well, of course, this is not the all for our reference, but like this, machine vision and deep learning can be used more than you think in our industry. Machine vision and deep learning can ensure the product safety, and it can improve the productivity, quality, and the traceability. And also, machine vision and deep learning can protect the brand reputation and the brand images as well. Well, still some of you are wondering, is it really work or work well? How is it used in the application? Well, you can just contact Cognex or contact me to see the feasibility. And I hope my presentation would give a chance to consider to adopt new technologies in your manufacturing sites or your company to help to develop their conditions by giving the reliability of technologies and trust. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Great technologies and the wisdom to use them effectively are indeed crucial. Thank you for sharing Cognex machine vision system in order to improve productivity. So ladies and gentlemen, now we'd like to open up the floor for a Q&A session. We'd like to welcome our two presenters once again up onto the stage. Due to limited time, we will have about 2 questions from the floor. If you have any questions, please let us know. Yes, sir. Can we pass the microphone?
네, 안녕하세요. 저희 한국식품산업클러스터 진흥원
Hello,
식품벤처센터에
this
위치하고 있는
is
농업회사법인
a
주식회사
food
조일력입니다.
company
저희는 우리
in
농산물로
the
젤라또
National
아이스크림을 지금 실제로 만들고
FOODPOLIS
있고요.
cluster, and we are manufacturing the food by ourselves. And you mentioned that robots and other automated devices or processes should be utilized more to improve safety and productivity in outdated work environment of SMEs. And aside from economic aspects, what do you consider the most for automation of SMEs? Thank you for your question. Well, I visited 140 companies, and as you mentioned, like many SMEs are reluctant to show their sites, and the key here is the communication with site staff and site personnel. So if I don't know well about technology as much as site staff, then they are not willing to talk to me. So I need to know more about technology than them, and I need to provide solution to the issues they are suffering. process
그럴 경우에
suffering from.
미리
So
이제 저 같은 경우는
to
이제
do
아까
so,
말씀드린 대로
the
현장에
process
가서
should be
많이
improved and
이 현장에
training
바뀌는
should
걸
be
되게
provided to nurture
작업
staff.
동사를
And
매일 만들어 놓은 걸 또 바꿔야 되는 걸
these
굉장히
sites do not like
두
change
번째,
because they need to
제일
change the
문제는
work
작업자는
route.
자기가 여기서
And also,
나가야 되지 않나.
workers are worried that they
해결해줬고요.
can no
두
longer work in
번째로는
these sites if the
중소기업,
site is
중소기업들에
automated.
대한
And
지원
second,
사업이
about
몇 가지의
there
프로그램이
are many supportive projects and programs for SMEs, and there are projects and programs provided by central government and local governments. So it's like then the government can provide support up to 70 or 80%, then a lot of improvement can be made, and especially productivity and defect has been improved by 30 to 50%.
Answer, and of course, thank you for the question. I think we can have one more question from the floor. Yes, sir. I think you're the only one. So can we have your question? Yes.
안녕하세요. 저는 김제동
Hello,
생명과학고등학교
this is
정윤진입니다.
teacher
저는
정윤진.
예소원 이사님께
I have a question to Ms. Ye.
우선 머신 비전을
So
활용한
you
식품
talked
이미지
about how
기술을
machine
실시간
vision can be used to detect foreign substances, and thank you very much for your presentation. So I have a question. There are a diverse range of foods, and there's a lot of process, and which is complicated. So I want to know where, is there any experience or process and sector where it was difficult to apply machine vision? Well, first of all, thank you very much for your time. And like you said, and like I said in my presentation, food industry is the area where it is most difficult to apply machine vision. As you know, because there are so many cases and types of products, and the environment is just so diverse. So there's no single solution to cover this diverse product. So we also test, and we also do POC test in the field, and we continue the test for about a year for a company, food company, and I think this can answer your question. So operators of that company had some questions about the solution and whether this technology is really needed, and they were not reluctant to accept this technology. So their mindset. So it was very difficult to persuade them, and our client has some standards. So they use the standard to apply machine vision, and we run tests based on that standard. But when we introduce machine vision to the field, because it's a food industry, the client may find some new types of conditions or new types of environments that were not known to the client itself, and there are new rules. So there's been some kind of conflict between the old and new found rules.
Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and insight. And due to limited time, we will conclude the Q&A session right here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big round of applause to two presenters. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, without further ado, let us commence our second session on demand. As we did before, we will have two presentations followed by the Q&A session. And the first presentation of part 2 on demand will be a time to hear sincere anecdotes from companies that have integrated the food industry and platforms from their early stage. We will explore the role of platforms in the food industry and how food tech is being utilized in this context. So our first presenter will be Mr. Lee Hyun-jae, Director of UA Bros, and today he will be delivering his presentation on the topic of future prospects of food tech. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요.
Hello
반갑습니다.
everyone, nice to meet
배달의
you.
민족 서비스를
I
하는
am
무한 형제들의 이현재라고 합니다.
working for
오늘
UA
이렇게 귀한
Bros.
자리에
I'm
초대해
director
주셔서 저희
Lee
회사와
Hyun-jae.
관련된
Thank you for
여러
inviting
푸드테크
me to
혁신에
this
대해서
important
이야기를
venue,
나누실
and
기회를
it's
주셨는데
great to
진심으로
talk about food
감사드리고요.
tech innovation
빠르게
today.
진행을
And
하도록 하겠습니다.
I will speed up.
여러분, 우리가 어떤 민족입니까?
And what are we? Like what
웃지
kind
마시고
of
말씀을 해주시면 더
people
좋은데요.
are we?
예, 배달의 민족
Yeah, we are
아니겠습니까?
people of
저희가
delivery, right?
회사를 만든 지
So,
얼마 후에 이렇게
a little after we
배우를
established
함께
this
해서
company,
TV
we
커머셜을
worked with this celebrity and then created a TV commercial. I think that was the first time you recognized UA Bros. And let me show you a short video clip. Could you increase the sound?
배달의 민족은
UA
한국에서
Bros.
굉장히 유명한
is
스타트업이기도
a
하고
famous startup in
음식을
Korea,
연계하는
and
온디맨드 서비스를 만들어가는
we
회사이기도
created
합니다.
the ODBAN
몇 가지 소개를
service
더 드리면 앞서
with
영상에서
food
보신
delivery,
것처럼
and let
굉장히
me
다양한
introduce my
일들도 하고
company.
있는데요.
So UA Bros is
디자인을
doing a
통해서
lot
실제
of
한글
work.
폰트를
Like,
만들어서
we create
인터넷에서
Korean
구글을 쓸 수
font
있게 한다거나
through
여러
design
가지
so
식품의
that
인터넷을
you
특히
internet
배달
users
음식을
can
연결을
use the
만들어가는
font, and
인포메이션
also
연결을
we
만드는
are
회사이기도 하고요. 사실
connecting
서비스가 나온
information
지는 꽤
and food
오래됐습니다.
delivery.
그래서
And this
어떤
service
분들은
is
니네가
not new.
스타트업이냐?
It has been
아니다.
in the market
얘기하시는
for
분들도
some time.
계신데요.
So some
서비스를
wonder
한
why
지는
we
어느덧
call
13
ourselves
년이
startup, and
되었고요.
we have been providing
지금
service
구성원
for
수는
13 years,
3,500명,
and there are
한국에만
about
3,500명이
3,500
어떻게 보면
employees
이제 대기업
in
반열에
our
가는
company.
이런
So
회사로
it's
성장을 하고 있습니다.
I think it's entering the
작년도에만
level of
수십조
large
원의
company.
배달의
And
민족 앱에서는
last year,
거래가 일어났고요.
UA
아마
Bros
글로벌 어떤 뭐 경쟁
achieved
사업이
the
있는
sales of
푸드테크
several trillion
기업보다도
won.
굉장히
So
많은
I
거래와
think there is a lot of
혁신들을
transaction and
하나다,
innovation
이렇게 설명을 드릴
happening
수가
in
있습니다.
UA Bros compared
배달의
to
민족이
other global
3년 전
competitors or
합병을
global
했습니다.
companies. And
델리버리
actually,
히어로라는
there was a
회사랑
merger
이렇게 합병을 하면서
3 years
실제
ago with
여기
Delivery
보시는
Hero.
아시아 다수의 국가에서
And
실제
in many
배달의 민족
Asian
서비스를
countries,
가지고 있고요.
UA Bros
저희 모기업인
is
이제
providing
델리버리
services,
히어로는
and
전 세계
Delivery Hero,
70개국에서
our mother
지금
company,
온디맨드 서비스를
is
만들어가고
providing the
있으니까
on-demand
아마
service
여러분들이
in
아는
70
IT
countries.
기업들만큼이나
So I think
굉장히 큰
Delivery
글로벌 전
Hero
지구적인 서비스를
is
만들어가는
providing
회사라고
and
설명을 드릴 수
creating
있을 것
global
같습니다. 저희
service just
슬로건은
like other
문화로
large
배달되는
IT
일상을
companies.
행복으로
And our
나눠드리겠다라는
slogan is
목표를
day-to-day
가지고 있고요.
happiness
서비스 소개를
delivered
몇 가지를 드리면
at your
저희가
doorstep.
굉장히 빠르게
And there are many services. There is Baemin One, delivering one product to one house only, and another thing is dark store or ghost store. This is a B Mart called B Mart, and in Jeolla province we are not providing this service, but it's being provided in Gyeongsang province such as Busan. And so for one-person households, they don't order a large amount of products or food, so that's why we deliver these products rapidly. And our competitor in Korea, Coupang, is doing rocket delivery, so they deliver the products one day after the order, but our products are delivered to the customer's doorstep in 30 minutes after order. And then I saw an autonomous robot outside this venue, and from 2017, UA Bros has been creating the autonomous vehicle. Let me show you the video.
안녕하세요. 저는 딜리예요.
Hello, my name is Dolly.
Shin Chao Ten Toila Dilly. konnichiwa, watashi no namae wa Dilly desu. 반가워요. 저는 2018년 8월에 세상에 첫 손을 보였어요. 여기는 천안이에요. 여기서 처음 테스트를 했어요. 저는 머리에 피자를 얹고 가게를 누비기도 했어요. 하루에 100판은 날랐던 것 같아요. 진짜 목 부러질 그랬던 제가 지금은 전국 300개 식당에 나가 있고 건국대학교, 광교 엘리웨이 등에서 실외 배달을 성공했고 미국 UCLA에서 요리 로봇으로도 만들어지고 있답니다. 데니스 홍 박사님 파이팅! 저는 앞으로도 계속 성장해서 우리나라 배달 문화를 발전시킬 거고요. 해외로도 나갈 거예요. 그렇게 열심히 성장해서 궁극적으로는 지구정복. 저는 이름이 많아요. 서빙 로봇 딜리프레이트이자 층간 이동 로봇 딜리타워, 실외 로봇 딜리드라이브이기도 해요. 제가 하는 일도 많고 별명도 많다 보니 헷갈리실 수도 있는데요. 그냥 딜리라고 불러주시면 돼요. 다 좋아요. 저는 늘 블랙 앤 화이트 스타일을 유지해요. 패밀리룩이라고도 하죠. 취미는 달리기고요. 다프트 펑크를 들으면서 달리는 걸 좋아해요. 좋아하는 영화는 AI. 볼 때마다 울어요. 존경하는 사람은 아놀드 스왈츠. 제 노예라니. 저희 팀 소개할게요. 이분은
영상이 길어서 이 부분에서
The video is
어느
too
정도
long,
잘
so I will just show you a portion of it, and you will be
사실
able to
온디맨드
see
서비스는
the full
소비자한테
video
우리
online.
제품들이
And
어떻게 잘 연결할 수 있느냐의
Dilly,
이제 정보 전달력을 가지고
the
서비스를 하는
actually
회사라고 말씀을
we
드릴
Uabras
수가
is
있는데요.
providing
요즘에
service
이제
to
미디어적
connect
어떤
more
새로운
with
가치들을
consumers,
이
and
식품
there
산업에도
are new
푸드테크를
media
접목해서
values, and
이런
these
서비스
values are
알고리즘에서
being applied
소비자의
to
소구들을
this food tech
작업을
industry
한다거나
by
전라도
holding
저희가
shopping life, and also with
경상도하고도
전라북도 and
강원도하고도
경상도 and
있어서
강원도,
지역에
we have
있는
signed a
여러
partnership,
노트션들을
and
이동할 수
we
있는
provide
기회들을
dropship service
만들어가고
to
있습니다. 플랫폼의 기능도
offer
하고
delicacy of each region,
배달이 많이
and then
쓰여지면서
also
플라스틱의 과용 문제가
there
환경적
are
문제가
also
되고 있는데
environmental
저희가 전 세계에
issues
있는
from
이 소재,
plastic
플라스틱 소재를 개발하는
packaging,
박사님들을
and
찾아다니면서
we
이런
have
생분해성
visited
소재들을 만들어내면서
many
굉장히
experts
환경적으로
around the world
안전하게
to
쓰실 수
create
있도록 하고 있고요.
biodegradable PVC
사장님들
or a
지금까지
biodegradable
14만 명
bag,
넘는
and
사장님들을
we
교육을
have
하면서
trained
실제
more
한국의
than
백종원 씨와 같은 교육을 하고
140,000
있습니다.
business
실제
owners, just like
90만 가까운
really
식당들이
famous
있는데 그중에 다수
like business trainer that's in Korea, and we have been supporting these business owners and restaurant owners, and their sales has increased by up to 4 times after getting our training, and we provide personal protective equipment and training to delivery riders, and there is a lot of labor management dispute in Korea. And actually, Uabras is the first to sign a voluntary agreement between labor and management, and also we ensure food safety, and we are reducing plastic waste by providing disposable spoons and forks only on demand. And Mr. Kim Bong-jin is the founder of Uabras, and he actually donated most of his wealth to the society. So not many people know, but he actually made a pledge to donate. And then what is food tech, and what kind of roles food tech companies play? Let's talk about it. In Wikipedia, if you search food tech, you will not see the definition of food tech, but if you Google food tech, a large number of searches come out. And food tech, 13 years ago, Uabras used the term food tech for the first time. And now all companies around the world are talking about food tech and creating service based on its innovation. And Digital Me-up, US startup, said food tech is a new kind of business that comes from the alliance between technology available to businesses. And like what kind of issues are there with food tech? And in some parts of the world, children are starving because they lack food, but others are throwing away food waste because of excessive food. And also there are ocean plastic issues.
음식을 과용해서 건강
leading
문제가
to the
발생하기도
global
하고요.
environmental
이런
issues. And
음식들을
then there
만들어내기
are
위해서 비육하는
also
환경들이 또 다른 환경 문제,
obesity
광우병이라든지
or health issues, and also
요즘에는 동물의
foot
어떤
and
생존권,
mouth disease
동물권이라고 하는
and mad cow
이야기까지 나오고
disease
있는
and all
상황입니다.
other
이런 문제들을
illnesses are
해결하기 위해서 푸드테크들은
they're out
굉장히
there. So
다양한
there,
기술들을
we are
활용할
now
수
talking
있다라고
about animal
생각을
health,
하고요.
and I
그중에 몇
think we
가지를
can
소개를
make use of a
드리도록
lot of
하겠습니다.
cutting-edge
첫 번째는
technologies, and let me
빅데이터인데요. 사실은
introduce
배달
you a few.
음식은
One, first
대한민국의
is big data,
많은
and UA Bros
국민들이 어떤 음식들을 드시고
knows
계신지 잘
how
알고
what
있습니다.
kind of food Korean
수십조 원의
consumers
거래가
usually
배달 음식에서
consume,
발생이
because
되기 때문에
a trillion
이쪽
won
집에서
worth
어떤
transaction
음식을
happens
저쪽
on
집에서
the
어떤
UA Bros
음식, 이
platform.
사람이
So
어떤
we
음식을 앞으로
know
주문을 할 것인지
like
이런
what
예측들이
kind of food
가능하고요. 그런
households
예측들을
are
가지고
now
있다
ordering
보니까
and will
식품의약품안전처에서는
order in the
국민들이 어떤
future.
음식을
So
먹고
that's why
있는지
Ministry
저희한테
of
데이터를
Food and
요구하기도
Safety
하고
sometimes asks us to provide the data, and Ministry of Land Transportation and Infrastructure wants to collect the data on riders, on what kind of road and routes our riders use. And this kind of data will become the source of competitiveness in the future, and I think UA Bros data can be used to address many issues, including the real estate issue. And this is the vending machine, but this is not normal vending machine. It's connected to internet, so the data can be collected and new values can be created. And there is food ingredient, and some apartments consume more apples while other apartments consume more pear. Then we can forecast demand and manage inventory, and then also set price based on consumer demand.
지금 보시는 영상은
And I will show you another video clip. This is about VR and AR, and VR and AR are used a lot, especially in the game industry. And here, this is to diversify food design using VR, and you can check these designs in a contactless environment. And Facebook has changed its name to Meta, and to realize the value of internet, they are working a lot. And when you apply the UA Bros cases, then consumers can see how safely the products are being dealt with. And if you are still not determined what to eat, then this cooking environment is shown to consumers to increase the appetite of consumers. And there is a 3D printer outside this venue, and in this video, it's food creation, and you actually making cherry cake using 3D printer. And although it's really difficult for a human to bake or cook some kind of food, a 3D printer can do the work instead. And in the future, this will be our reality. Now there's a microwave, right? But I think in the future, in several years to come, I think these 3D printers will replace microwaves. Then, like Gordon Ramsay's food in New York can be consumed in my own house, and I can also eat food of very famous Michelin chef in France in my own house, if this technology is realized. And I think the importance of smart farm is well known in Jeollabuk-do, and we are now creating a more sustainable environment with these robots. And in Korea, you will see a lot of these serving robots in Chinese restaurants in Korea, and 70 to 80% of sales come from simple dishes such as jjajangmyeon and jjangpyeon in Chinese restaurants. And while cooking, it's most of repetitive manual work, and more cooking can lead to more safety incidents. But these robots address such issues. And also, Korea is a divided peninsula, and we cannot use drone. We cannot use drone in Korea because of this political situation. But later on in the future, I believe drones can deliver food in other countries. So in this video of UABROS, we are also developing autonomous vehicle, and I think medicine and other necessities can be delivered with drones. And these days there are many issues because some high-end apartments do not allow delivery workers to come inside the apartment. But then with drone delivery, there will be no such hindrance. And you will see a lot of serving robots in many restaurants nowadays. And in a university, we have introduced these autonomous robots, and this robot is being used in Konkuk University because the university has large area like these robots deliver food. And in my company, when I order food, then robot delivers the food I order to my desk. So I think there are a lot of opportunities open in front of us. And Dr. Bae, Ki-sung, and we are cooperating together to develop robots, and we use the term food tech a lot. And UABROS is also positioning itself as a food tech company, and the outcomes will open new opportunities, new possibilities. So the new food tech companies can take a leap forward with food tech and make consumers' lives more convenient and comfortable. And we imagine this kind of desk, like everyone can sit at the desk, sit at the dining table together and enjoy food together rather than mom constantly cooking food. And thank you for listening. I wish you health and success. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that first presentation. It was delivered by Mr. Lee Hyun-jae of UABROS. So we had a chance to learn about the food tech that UABROS is implying and the technologies that we might use in the future. Thank you once again for sharing your insights. And now it's time to welcome our next presenter. Our next speaker is Mr. Chang Jin-ho, CEO of Punta Company. And this time we will have his presentation under the topic of the core value, online tasting and today and the future of the 식후경 ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Lee from UABROS, it was a great presentation, but compared to UABROS, we are just a fledgling baby. So I would like to introduce our company. So it's a 식후경 online taste testing commerce platform. So today I would like to talk to you about our core beliefs and future and the current status of our company business. So my service and my presentation will not be too difficult to follow. I hope you enjoy.
네, 저희 식후경은 국내 최초의 온라인 슈퍼커머스 플랫폼으로 온라인 시청시장에서 직접 경험하지 못하고 간접 경험의 의존하여 발생하는 불편함이나 문제점을 오프라인의 유통의 전유물인 시식을 온라인으로 전환한
by converting offline experience to online experience. So it's a direct tasting experience. So
생태계 확장을 위한 새로운 시도를 좀 이어갈
we
준비를 하고
are
있는데요.
poised
뒤에서 설명드릴 수
to
있도록
continue
하겠습니다.
our effort in the latter half of
앞서 말씀을
2023.
드렸었던 것처럼
So
저희는
like I
온라인으로
said,
식품을 먼저
we
먹어보고 구매할 수 있는
are
그런 버티컬 커머스
providing
플랫폼으로 국내
a
최초의
vertical
온라인 시식
commerce
플랫폼입니다.
platform
그
is
과정들을
the
통해서
first
고객들의
Korean
새로운
company to
푸드
do so.
데이터들을 확보해 나가고
So we are securing food data of consumers, and we are providing platform environment so so that new experience can be provided to consumers. And it provides a food platform that satisfies 5 senses of our consumers. Let me show you a brief video clip of our service.
I'm happy on my own, making coffee just for.
그렇게나 후기를 많이 봤는데.
I saw so many feedbacks, but this food doesn't satisfy me. Online taste testing 식후경 where you can taste first before making purchase. I think many of you can relate to this. I can totally relate to her story. Well, in 2022, in December, we have created our corporation, so we are working with a lot of food industries, non-food businesses, and large conglomerates in Korea. I worked for a lot of companies before, but I also worked for agricultural promotion agency and tourism agency before. I joined this company. So every year, online food industry is making growth, and there is an increasing number of local food companies. But we saw that there are new products, new food products, and new food companies. It means that there is a need increasing from the consumers to experience new products. So there is a growth here, but we saw two opportunities. There is a growing number of a single household, so more people are purchasing small-sized food, and MZ generation is also paying attention to experience when they make purchase. So there's ongoing growth every year, but food industry's online penetration rate is actually 25%, and that is low compared to other industries. It means that there is a huge growth potential for food industry. So when you look at consumer and seller pain points, so when consumers make online purchase, they look at other influencers' comments, so it's an indirect experience, and there is a high risk of failure. And for sellers, the loyalty is quite high, so when a consumer purchases a certain product and when he or she likes it, then he or she can likely make a repeat purchase. So when there's new product coming in, it's very difficult to enter the market and penetrate the market easily because of the high loyalty. So with this service, we would like to provide stories to our consumers. We use a lot of technologies now like ChatGPT, but before that we created a survey collection system to collect feedbacks from consumers. So large conglomerates, when they produce an R&D and when they sell markets, they can do a lot of survey like FGD, so they can continuously collect consumer feedbacks and they can provide quality products and they can enter and penetrate the market, but that's not possible for small companies. So they have to do a lot because of the mismatch with the market, and it can lead to that inventory. So in DDP Seoul, I opened a farmers market store, and I learned a lot from this experience because there are a lot of good food products that are dedicated to a single local area, and a lot of people are proud of their local food products, and there's a need to sell this product, but they have to open a farmers market. So these local producers have to attend these farmers market or other events. Then they have to travel all the way to Seoul. So I was thinking about this, and not just food conglomerates, but other food companies. People go to market and go to exhibition to test tasting, and we don't know what type of people are tasting the food, so they don't have the data about this. So in order to profile the data, I wanted to open up a channel where we can get consumer feedback. So with this service, we have tried to open this platform in 2022, so beta test was done, and later on it was launched, the system was launched, so every consumer comes to this, and when they see a product that they would like to try out, then they can order it at a lowest price, and we actually deliver that food so that they can taste the food before they actually make the purchase. And we get feedbacks from the consumers. So we collect the data and we process the data and we provide some of the processed data to our partners.
저희가 서비스
So
오버뷰를 간단하게 좀 몇
this
가지만 좀
is the overview
저희가
of our service, and in 2022 November, since our launch, there's been 180 number of requests were made from other people to open up the store, and there's been
활용이 가능한
a response rate.
데이터라고 저희는
85% of response rate for the survey.
되고 있고 이 수치도 지속적으로 조금
And this
건전하게
figure is also
소비자
increasing,
측면에서 각종 데이터 중에 일부를 발췌했는데요.
we
대표적으로
extracted some consumer data,
두 가지를
and on the right
말씀드리면
side you see these figures.
데이터 트래킹을 할 때 레퍼럴
When we
지표라고
track the
하는 지인 추천
data,
비율이
we
저희가 약
look at
40%
referral
가까울
rate.
정도로 고객이
So the
현장에
referral
가입하면
rate is
약
almost 40%. So when one person subscribes to our service, that person recommends our service to 2.5 friends.
이런 측면보다 약간
So
오가닉
the
유저들이
referral
훨씬 더 많이
rate is quite high, and there are a lot of organic users. And
일반적으로 서비스
lastly,
평균적으로 우리 어떤
in
서비스 가입할 때
average,
마케팅 수신 동의를 하게 되는데요.
we have
약
to
38% 정도로
consent
알려져
to
있는데 저희는 아무래도
the
서비스가 좀 특성이
service
그렇다 보니 좀 86%
provision,
정도로
service marketing service
저희가 어떤
provision.
메시지를 고객들한테 전달을 할 때
And we have
그거에
to
대한
click
도달률이
yes
굉장히 높은
in order to
것이
get
특징 중에
promotional messages, and that rate is quite high for our services, 86%. And our target companies are like this. So the total processed market is 48 trillion won. And except for top 20 companies, there are 44% of this total number is actually coming from non-top 20 companies. So when we look at these companies, they have a need to provide a variety of products to consumers. So we are trying to pay attention to this portion. So there are three types of consumers. First, customers who would like to experience first new products. And second, consumers who purchase products but they do not actually consume the product. And third, consumers who want to find food that they would like. I like tteokbokki. Like we use like sugary, like sweet tteokbokki, but some tteokbokki is much hotter and more has more broth. So even tteokbokki has different types of products. So before we actually consume that, it's difficult to expect what type of food it will be. So the service we provide allows consumers an opportunity to find the exact product that they actually enjoy the best. So based on this technology and business model, the service is making continuous growth. And I would like to show you some of the service sectors and other businesses in the similar sector. So there is Degusta Box that started in France, and Warby Parker that is famous in the US. And there's also a service called Mini Box. So there's about 5,000 new product in the ecosystem, but no such service existed before. So we are launching this new type of service in the market. So I'm going to give you 3 different cases. So we provide tasting experience, and we also sell products, and we collect survey data. And inside the snack category, we break down the users based on the age and based on the gender, and we look at what kind of product that these broken down people prefer. And we, based on this data, we developed a box called Pan Box. So we worked with startups, and based on gender and sex, age, we provide this. We have this partnership where we sell these boxes to our potential consumers and get their feedbacks. So most frequently asked question is, what is the most popular product? And a lot of people think it would be a meal box, but actually the answer is snack carrot. When you think of carrots, it's not like the most popular food, especially among male consumers. But I'm sure some of you already know we use baby carrots, like one of those that are put beside the steak. So these are raw carrots. Uncooked carrots. Even those who hate carrots like those carrot snacks. Like liquid inside it, sweetness inside it is different. So like workers, like employees, especially female employees in their 20s and 30s, they love this snack carrot. And during we were able to also improve our product through the survey. On the left side, you see the pork. So there are 5 pork products inside a box, and you can see all of the parts were stacked on top of each other, and you can see the sauce is not permeated fully inside the pork. And when we looked at the data, and when we looked at the feedbacks, and people were saying that the sauce is not fully permeated, and therefore there was some weird smell, and it was not good, and it was dry. So we collected data, and we sent this data to our partner. So they made an improvement by making some different arrangements. You can see how it is arranged differently, and the sauce is also fully permeated into the pork as a result. And here we also opened some pop-up store to run some emphasis campaign. So I'm going to skip this in the interest of time. So we are converting offline experience to online platforms. So we are making some growth and progress. And one of the keywords that we have is actually food experience. We try to extend this concept of experience. Instead of focusing on just taste, we also try to provide audio-based platform. So we are going to launch this audio-based platform in June this year. And what is audio? There's sound and audio, and there are 3 types of sound. So the sound that makes you imagine, have imagination of the product, and another sound is that triggers other senses. And audio is about helping partners deliver their story and message to the customers. They normally use text and images, but we hope to allow them to share their stories in the form of audio file. So we are cooperating with a lot of businesses. And every year, once or twice, we also participate in an exhibition because we have a unique business model. A lot of people pay attention to us. And in August, maybe in Seongsu-dong, we are going to open our own pop-up store. So audio content service will be soon developed. So audio-based experience where people can experience food and audio content will be provided in this pop-up store. So with this platform, we will be able to provide experience-based food content. And please, I would like to ask for your continued interest in our continued mission. We would like to make sure that consumers enjoy their experience based on their taste and their health and with healthy food. Thank you very much
for that presentation. Thank you for showing examples and, of course, the vision of Punta Company, how they improve the quality and their service. Now, we would like to have a Q&A session. We would like to have our first presenter, Mr. Lee Hyun-jae, back up to the stage. And I think we can have one or two questions from the floor. If you have any question, please let us know. Yes, sir?
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 이상구바이오에서
Yes, hello. This is Lee Byung-jin from 239 Bio. I have a question towards Lee Hyun-jae. I'm using UA Bros, so I'm a UA Bros customer. But you mentioned that the robot and drone delivery service can be provided in the future, but then many riders will lose jobs to robots and drones. What is UA Bros doing to address this social issue of manpower relocation?
네, 굉장히 좋은 질문 감사드리고요.
Thank you for your valuable question. Whenever new technologies are introduced, many laborers are replaced with technology, just like spinning and weaving plant, and there was a Ruddite movement in the past, so many are concerned about this manpower relocation. But to protect riders, well, actually, we are investing a lot to improve safety of riders, and that's why we are investing in autonomous vehicle and robots, and then we will be able to better use of space. And many scientists say that many US IT companies are developing autonomous robots and vehicles, but even by 2030 or 2040, level 5 autonomous vehicles cannot be fully commercialized not because of technological development, but because of social consensus. Because robots need to be perfect. If human causes of car accident, it's somewhat allowed, but if robots cause traffic accident, it would lead to a serious social issue. So the delivery system using robots or drones will be more applied to apartments, but I don't think it's really realistic, or this commercialization will take several decades, and we are just trying to use this robot or drone delivery to address the existing social issues, such as delivery workers being prohibited from entering the apartment complex, and also some female consumers are reluctant to make food, order food, because they don't want to expose their housing location to male riders. And also, so robots and drone delivery system can be a solution for those female consumers. And also, it takes like 10 to 15 minutes for a rider to go, take an elevator and deliver the food to the consumer, but we can actually better utilize the time of
for sharing your
riders.
knowledge. And I think we can have one more question from the floor. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Kim Sang-ah. I have a question to Chang Jin-ho, Mr. Chang Jin-ho. So you talked about how offline experience was converted to online experience. So it's a customized platform. So for sellers and producers, I think you need data. So I'm sure it can serve as a good case. But when planning and organizing the platform, I'm sure you ran into a lot of challenges. Is there any area where you are looking for any deregulation? Yes, I think you are like an inside. I think you have inside knowledge. So when we are creating some service, there's a challenge, and there's also regulation-related challenge. So first of all, the challenge was that there was no one to learn from. So the reason why I planned for the service is that it actually did not come from an idea. I was working for an IT company, and I worked on industry venture, and there were a lot of beginning of the market, and at the time I worked on venture business, and I did some growing of those businesses. So I was able to build some knowledge and expertise in that sector by working for that company. So I knew that there are some challenges and pain points, and I was able to identify these pain points. And that is how I was able to think of opening this service and platform. So I was sure that there's a need, and actually opening a business, they are two different stories. So when you start a company, you run into some issues, and you have to overcome these issues, and you have to move fast and settle into the market. So the process itself was challenging, but that's part of the journey, and I'm enjoying it, and it's not a problem to me. So because I'm more like a pioneer, I try to create new markets, and I work with a lot of stakeholders and try to provide meaningful service to them. But in the process, I talked about conducting survey and taste testing. I'm not sure if I can open this because there's some regulation sandbox that applies. So because of the regulation, it's not that, but while we are doing this, some things are going well, but if there's some regulation lifted off, like in manufacturing, production, and selling sector, it would be great. So one of the difficulties was that I'm sure you're all from popular conglomerates, well-known conglomerates. So the most popular mandu dumpling manufacturer is actually Bibigo. But what about the second runner-up? What's the name of the company? So conglomerates, there are popular brands, and they roll out new products. So there should be a need from the consumers, and smaller companies at the early stage of the production, they have to minimize their failure, and tasting is needed in order to minimize the failure. And if there's a deregulation in some sector, you can actually facilitate our business. Okay, that is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give another big round of applause to our two presenters. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, due to a limited time, and actually we are behind schedule now, so without having a break, we will continue with our third session. So now, without further ado, let us begin third session under the big title, Food Engineering. As we did before, we will have two excellent presenters at this session. Please join me in welcoming our first presenter, who will be Ms. Christine Lewington, who will be delivering a presentation on revolutionizing agriculture and agri-tech with plant proteins. And she came all the way from Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
First, I'd like to say thank you very much for inviting me to your lovely country. I've never been here before. And I'd like to start off by saying thank you to Honorable Minister Zhang Huanggun, Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, Honorable CEO Yang Jun Kim of FOODPOLIS, and Honorable Hun Yoon Jun, Mayor of Iksan City. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, congratulations. This is a great event. I see a lot of events, and this one is very well put on. And I just want to say thank you for inviting me. It's already been exciting to be here for a few days. So let's get started here since we're running behind. My company is PIP International, and we believe we are revolutionizing agriculture through technology. And since there's so much talk about technology, let's get started. In Canada, we have a lot of technology, and we have Lars is here from Denmark, and we've already been talking about how we're working with Denmark. And we want to talk about how that ecosystem in plant proteins is going to affect it. So Canada is a global leader in agriculture, basically because we have a lot of land and a few people. We're diverse, and we're growing our plant-based protein ecosystem because we grow crops really, really well, but we just sell them. We don't do anything with them. And so we're focusing on trying to add value and create more of the plant-based value add there. So forecasters predict that by the year 2035, 10% of all protein will be from plant-based. Creates a $290 billion market. The key drivers for growth: health and nutrition, sustainability, food security, and sovereignty. We've heard some of this being spoken before from some of the other guests. Health and nutrition. Consumers through COVID really changed a lot of their eating habits, and consumers are wanting to cite where they're getting their healthy foods from. Sustainability. This is a big, big one. My company has a net zero policy, and we're going to be carbon negative, and it's growing. So consumers are wanting to choose more sustainably processed foods, basically from the normal agricultural-based animal foods. Food security and sovereignty. Alternative proteins are developing a diverse and local supply of proteins in our country, and we're wanting to go global with that. That will help us in Canada have sovereignty, and as we partner with countries such as South Korea, we're hoping to create their sovereignty even stronger. There's 3 types of technologies in the plant proteins. In the protein technologies: alternative, cultivated. That's when they grow it in a lab. Plant-based, when we take it from the ground from a crop and we take it out of there. Or fermented. So those are the 3 top contenders right now. Plant-based is the longest. Well, probably fermentation is the longest. Plant-based has a few challenges in it, but that is the key one that we're going to be talking about today. Some of the key challenges: why hasn't it taken off and Canada wants to attack it? Quality, capacity, and price. The king of all tastes, the king of everything is taste with consumers. If it doesn't taste good, they don't pass a second moment of truth. 74% of all plant-based products that hit the shelves fail because they don't taste very good. So we have to attack the quality. Taste, texture, variety, nutrition. It has to appeal to the consumer. Capacity, we have to have the scalability to meet the demand. Well, Canada, we grow a lot of crops. Varying kinds. We have well over 120 million metric tons of peas grown a year, and we sell 95% of those for animal feed outside of Canada. Price, consumers are demanding some price parity. Right now, you can buy a burger in our restaurants, and it costs you about $6, but a plant-based burger is going to cost you $14. That is a huge price difference, and consumers are demanding for that to go down. So those are some of the key challenges that Canada is willing to take on. Canada's solution, as I've mentioned, we have agricultural capacity. As far as the eye can see, we don't see people, we see crops. R&D experience, we have a lot of R&D experience because of all of those crops, and it's from coast to coast, from New Brunswick all the way to Vancouver. It is throughout. In the prairie provinces where we are, we call it the heart, the basket of the world. And we have all the universities have R&D facilities. The government funds these. They're very intense. Government support. I heard today at the beginning how much government support that South Korea has given and how you want to create this food center. And I applaud it. It's great. Where we live, we have what we call the agricultural food corridor. And we have industrial plants, 120 food processing facilities where I live. And the government support is exceptional, and it helps us be able to push forward a new challenge like plant proteins. The other three here are innovative networks. These networks we have internal to Canada, and making partnerships with South Korea and other countries is very, very key. So again, like with Denmark, my company is working with Denmark on a couple of key technologies, bringing those in-house. They aren't anywhere in the world, and we need to be able to work together. I always say to to my team, we're in this together, and we're in this together globally. So helping those innovative networks grow through conferences like this are great. Sustainably focused, Canada has, I don't know this for sure, but I would probably bet one of the highest taxes on carbon tax. And within the next 10 years, it's going to be $170 a ton. So right now it's at 40, and it's going to go up to 170. And that is to really put pressure on industry to change the way we behave. And I'm telling you, it is changing the way we behave. Market and regulatory aspect. One thing in Canada, we do have a very transparent regulatory process there. It isn't that difficult. You can work directly with government, and they can clear obstacles out of the way. So with these 6 solutions, Canada believes we can be a leader in the plant-based area. We also have history, pioneers in the plant proteins. These are 4 large companies that started off as entrepreneurs. In 1980, there's a company that reached about $15 million in revenue in 2022 and was acquired for $125 million. Vega Protein, I did ask while I've been here if anybody has heard of it. They haven't heard of it. It's one of the largest plant-based protein shakes that people drink as ready-made drinks, after you add water, of course. They reached 100 million and sold for 550 million. Gardein, I know the owner of Gardein. He was one of the very first ones to put it on the shelf. They reached 65 and sold for 154 million. Dea, they reached 80 million and sold for 325. And they sold, I believe it was to a Japanese company. So most of these companies actually have been purchased by international companies, not from within Canada. So 4 very big ones that have taken the world stage. We want to expand our ecosystem though. Investment activity has increased over the last couple of years. Infrastructure, the government is putting in billions of dollars to increase infrastructure. If you don't have the infrastructure, you will grow the crops and we'll continue to sell them. We won't be able to make them at home. 3, I actually, when I was researching this, the 2nd and 3rd plant-based IPOs were from Canada. So that shows that we have the growth there and the mindset to be able to grow our plant-based culture. Acquisitions, there is several acquisitions going on, internal, and this is some of the roadmap in Canada that's happening right now. And every single one of these companies used to be individual, and now they're starting to combine, which shows that they see the force of strength when they're all together. So this is my company, PIP International. PIP stands for Protein Isolate Plant, but that is way too long, especially if you say Protein Isolate Plant International. So we shortened that down to PIP. And our tagline's a protein like no other, because we believe we have a protein like no other. We're an ag tech company. We use technology almost to tackle every single problem. We have found a new technology that presents a great tasting, sustainably processed, high-functioning pea protein. So if anybody has ever tasted pea protein, it's a little bit bitter and it's not the most enjoyable. Our protein now has no odor. It is just, it's a neutral taste. It doesn't have any bitter taste. Therefore, manufacturers can use it and it's high-functioning. We take our proteins out first. Everybody else takes the starch and fiber out. So we've kind of flipped the technology on its head. What's really unique and distinctive about us, we'll just go through this real quick. Where we picked, our location, our technology, we've made it affordable. If you remember, I said that we need to do price parity, and we are sustainable. I cut my teeth, is what I call it. I got a lot of experience from PepsiCo Foods in my early years, and their net zero policy is astounding, and I have developed a lot of that mindset, but we want to do it from the beginning, not in 10 years, hey, we'll go find some more money, and now we'll do it better. We're going to do it from the beginning. So why Alberta? Yes, I was born and raised in Alberta, so I might know some of the back roads and might know some of the advantages there, but the abundant supply of pulses. So our technology can actually pull the protein out of peas, chickpeas, faba beans. We're focusing on yellow peas right now because it is so readily abundant and it is an environmental steward. Alberta's sustainable producer of peas. We produced, this one says in 2021, 900,000 metric ton. We actually did 1.2 million last year. Our lovely neighbors next door, Saskatchewan, they did 47 million. So they outgrow us significantly, but they're our neighbors, and PIP has actually secured 440,000 acres of growing land in Saskatchewan. Combined with our regional activity, that's where we're going to get our peas from. So Alberta has a robust agro-processing industry. Like I mentioned, we have 120 food processing facilities right where I live in Lethbridge, Alberta. We're south of Calgary. So if anybody's heard of Banff, we're about 2.5 hours south of Banff. And that's just in that area. The rest of the province, we probably double that with another 120. We're the second largest GDP in all of Canada is manufacturing and food. Food manufacturing in Canada, by sales in Western Canada, is Alberta. Our food manufacturing sales are more than double BC. BC has a very strong fruit in the Okanagan because they're on the west side of the mountains. So it's very beautiful and never gets minus 40 degrees like it does where we live. And then it kind of goes downhill from there. Saskatchewan, they don't do value added, they don't manufacture, they grow the crops and sell them. And same as Manitoba. So strong-based food, R&D capabilities, I could talk about this one for forever. These are just some of the top 5. We do AI. We have an institute that just works on that. Olds College is a very, very strong college. All they do is ag. They have a smart farm platform. The platform in Calgary and Edmonton, they both work together, the 2 big cities, and they support a lot of startups. Alberta Innovates is another government program, and they're all about clean tech and innovation. And then the Rainforest of Alberta, because we are part of the big forest that people want to protect, and so they've integrated that into the ag. So the reason why I believe that Lethbridge location in Alberta is a key advantage is infrastructure. Alberta has placed a lot of money and emphasis on infrastructure. So I purchased land there, and it already has the power, the water, the wastewater, the natural gas. It's already done. All I had to do was buy the land. The raw supply, I'm going to need 130,000 metric ton when we build the large facility, and it's within 150 kilometers of where the plant is. Cost and the investment, like I said, I bought heavy industrial land. I paid 194,000 Canadian for an acre. I bought 20 acres. I go 2 hours north to Calgary, and that's 550,000 Canadian an acre, and it's not serviced. So a very good price advantage. The labor, because of the 120 food plants in the area, we have high skilled labor force in the area. Market access, if you see the red dot there, I think they said that I can have the little dot right there. Right below us, that's the United States. So it's 45 minutes to get it across the border, and we have many rail lines. If we go to the west, going that way, we get past Vancouver, so it's very easy to get to the ports. Innovation environment, Alberta is one of the leading innovation governments that will spend money, and they don't pick winners and losers. They will help whoever it is there to help innovate. So PIP's technology has had a little bit of a journey already. In 2019, I found a lab-scale technology in France that had not been commercialized, and they couldn't find anybody to commercialize it. So I said, sure, I'll do that. I'd done that for PepsiCo for quite a few years, and it's a little bit more difficult than I had planned, but In 2021, I purchased an old craft brewery, and that brewery is about 20,000 square feet, and it could process 5,000 metric tons, and we have commissioned. We're currently shut down right now because we are fully automating, hence the conversation I want to have after this with someone, because there's some key innovations that we need to layer in there, and this is the place that we want to prove it before we launch to the industrial scale plant of 126,000 metric tons. So we've purchased the land. It's about 4 kilometers away from our small plant there, and we have the engineering done and the net zero and carbon negative plan already completed. So we will be in the ground at the end of this year building the large facility. So technology solutions, although we have the problems in the bigger sense, you have the technology solutions you have to have in the small sense, quality, capacity, and price again. So although those are Canada's, those are also coming all the way down to our level. So we have solved the taste, texture, and been able to provide a pea protein that people can use in anything. We've made fudge, a vegan fudge, we have ice cream, we have bread. We hosted a delegate from South Korea in October of last year, and we made them pea protein pizza dough, and they used our pizza oven, and they made their own pizzas from pea protein pizza dough. So we passed this with flying colors. We've done taste tests, and I think we've solved this one. I know we have. Capacity, scalability to meet demand, hence why we're doing our pilot facility first, and then going to our industrial scale. We have to remove the risk, and scaling up from bench scale, we needed to do a very big step in the middle. Price parity with traditional choices. This is where I believe net zero and carbon negative come in, and most people I have spoken to have said, but it costs more money, and we are using innovation to get that down. We have, in the industry, it's about $5 a kg cost to make pea protein, unless it's in China, and we've been able to get it under that by using our green technologies. So, as I mentioned, our protein is called UP. It's called the Ultimate Pea Protein, and we tell our customers they're going to level up. It's a little spin on the word. And we have done the taste, texture, functionality. Functionality I want to talk about for a second. It has a high solubility. So as the old technologies, they pull the starch and fiber out first of the pea. Then you have the protein left over in their waste stream. The protein is damaged. Therefore, it's not soluble. It's oxidized. It's yellow. It's bitter. And because we pull ours out first, it's very close to its natural state. I often refer to it as it looks like a ping pong ball versus a beat up golf ball. Ours looks like a ping pong ball, and the old technology is like a beat up golf ball. And every dent carries an anti-nutrient or a damage, and no matter how much you wash that golf ball, it's still going to look beat up and damaged, but the ping pong ball doesn't. And nutrition, not sure how many understand how much, so the yellow pea has a complete amino acid profile. I did find out from the United Nations that when you combine it with rice, it's a complete meal, and that's pretty exciting. You could actually feed the world with our pea protein and rice. So that's an interesting thought there. So when we go into solubility, we just have some pictures there. On the right there, you have A, B, and C. A and B are the 2 top leaders in the industry right now. We have our logo there on C. That's ours. That's after 2 weeks being out, being mixed, and ours does not settle out. So it can go into beverages. It can boost the protein level of all the plant-based protein or the plant-based milks out there because they're heavy sugar and carbohydrate loaded, and they need to add protein to meet parity with their dairy counterparts. So then usually what happens when you add plant-based protein to anything, once you get 2 or 3% in there, it binds and it won't do anything. You can't make it into anything. We've got in 10% and contained our texture, and you can see 3 there, A and B. They didn't even get over 3%. Ours got up to 10%. It's still smooth and runny, and that's what the scientists need to see when they're trying to make iconic brands plant-based from the traditional way. So that is our product advantage. Affordability, The advantage here is pretty exciting. I could go on about this for a long time, but we're using cutting-edge technologies from around the world and from different industries. We have a technology from the pharmaceutical industry that we picked up from Denmark, and it's cutting $17 million out of our big plant, and it will save me about $4.5 million a year using it. That's an example of some of the things we're doing. Lowering operational costs, we have found a green thermal technology that is going to, in any food processing, it's the heat demand. We are able to take solar and wind and not convert it to AC power and put it into our battery, and it holds for 13 hours, and it discharges as steam or hot water. We could turn it into power if we needed to with a generator, but that suite of wind, thermal, and solar, we are able to meet net zero. Our pilot facility, in about 9 months, we're situated around a few hotels. We're going to be able to provide them heat for their swimming pools because our thermal energy works so well. We have so much over that we're going to be able to supply them with that. So the government's helping us demonstrate that, and it is a technology that can be used in any industry. If you have a thermal demand, power heat, it can be used anywhere. It could do large sky rises. It also does air conditioning as well. So those are technologies that we have borrowed from other industries, and we're going to prove it in the food industry and do it better. This is just 2 pictures of our proteins, and we have our main proteins, globulins, and our albumins. Those are very, very unique, and these albumins go into cosmetics as well. We just got our samples back about 4 weeks ago, and I've been showing them off here in Korea, and they seem to get even more attention than the food. So that's pretty exciting because we don't have too many of them, and I need to find them a good home. So back to the clean tech and innovative design at our food plant. We have on-site solar, so many people, many companies will, what they say is greenwash. They'll buy an offshore wind farm somewhere, and then they buy those credits to say that they are now green. What our policy is we do it on site as much as we can. And what we're doing, and we have the blessing of having a lot of land, but we have found a way to really bring that down. We have a wind technology that does 7 kilowatts for a little tiny turbine, which is equating to about 15 solar panels. So with all of these things here, we're going to be able to bring the cost of our product way down to meet the lowest in the industry of the cost, which will allow it to penetrate and get into the market. The last thing here is our water ecosystem. In our product, one of the things we had to do is you can't do everything with just trying to change, giving it more power by green. You have to change the way you make the product. And we use 1/3 the less water, at least, and we have some advanced water technologies that allow reduced time inside the facility, and so we have a less demand on the resources. So I hope you guys can see that we have our process and our product innovations and how we work together to bring to the market a truly green net zero plant-based protein that can, what we want to do, we want to feed the world with the Canadian crops with it. So if anybody has any questions, you guys can get in touch. I think my information's inside the pamphlet there that they have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Ms. Kristen Lewington from PEEP International. Thank you for providing us with detailed insights into innovative technologies for plant protein product. Thank you once again, and now we will have our second presentation of this session. Moving on to our next speaker, now we will have Ms. Jung Ji-won, Director at 제13회, and she will be delivering her presentation on the topic of development of raw materials for food processing. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
Hi everyone, my name is Jung Ji-won from 제13회 Food R&D Institute. So I can't see well, but this global international forum publishes global risk reports every year, and before this conference I looked at the 2023 report, and when you look at this report, as you can see on the screen, so in 2 years or in 10 years, so there's a list of risks for short-term and long-term period. So most of them are natural disasters or extreme weather event or climate change, policy failure. So most of them are related to environment, and they are top-ranking risks. Food industry is in fact is actually the largest purchaser of agricultural goods. So in relation to climate change, actually these events can have a devastating effect on food industry. So in 2015, I looked at the data of 2015, and back then already food companies, 82% of food companies globally had to think of strategies in order to secure enough ingredients. And the most general form is to work with producers, like creating partnerships with local producers in order to secure ingredients. Like Kellogg and other world companies work directly with rice producers based on these partnerships. And when you look at processed foods, the ingredients are just 40% or 50% of the final price. So the increase of the raw material price takes about 6 months to be fully incorporated into the final price. And let's say that there's bean produced in Korea and there's other beans produced in other countries. So the price gap is about 5-fold. Then tofu, which is the final product of bean, then the price gap is about 2-fold when it reaches the final product. So in 2011, the organization in Korea published the report, and when you look at the report, certain company's price, when the price goes up, then 50% of consumers use a different product because of the price increase. So even though the price increase is about like 5 to 10%, consumers move and consumers find another product. So they are not less obsessed with a particular brand. They are more sensitive toward the price itself. So my company pays a lot of attention to the cost of the raw materials and ingredients. Because of these reasons, unexpectedly, the food company is starting to develop seeds. So I'm going to share CJ's cases of seed development. So seeds are the foundation of agriculture. And today, where the world is changing rapidly, it's very difficult to accurately predict the production or the yield. So in order to secure ingredients stably, we look at creating or developing seeds. So when we talk about seed development, you may think that it is usually done by seed companies. And I overheard people today talking about why CJ is interested in seed development. But actually, there are a lot of cases where food companies are into seed development. For example, in Nestle, they are developing coffee beans coffee bean seeds. So they have their own seeds. And in 2021, they were able to develop a new coffee bean seed that can produce high yield. And the second case belongs to Oseolok of Korea. It's a spin-off company of Amore Pacific, and it sells green leaf green tea products. And as you can see on the screen, aminosan or catechin. So they created or they developed seeds that contain higher content of amino acids and catechin. And another case is utilizing new genetic technology. So a company called Calyxt, it's a US-based company, and they use beans and they developed seeds that contain a high oleic soybean content. And they had a B2B business model, and they came up with a new editing technology. And due to various reasons, they had to stop production. And Penn State University also looked at how they can improve mushroom. When you use mushrooms, you can see that mushrooms color changes easily. And they developed a new mushroom seed to resist browning, so color changing of the mushroom. And for food companies, these attempts can be problematic when using these ingredients. So these technologies can be used to develop seeds going forward, and I believe this will give us a good drive toward in the future, because it can solve some of the problems that we are facing in the industry. So developing new seeds in the long term can contribute to stable, securing procurement of ingredients. But other than that, most directly, it can actually have an impact on the cost and differentiation. So cost competitiveness and differentiation. As I said before, because a lot of food companies are sensitive to the cost and the price, seed development has become an important part of our business. So here we've spent 4 to 5 years to develop the seed of the rice. So we scaled it up and we are running some tests. And compared to the previous seed, it can have 20% higher yield. And CJ developed those high yield seeds. Then CJ shared that higher yield with partners. So we have introduced this win-win project. So there's about 10% price merit benefit, and per kilogram it could be like a few won, like 20 to 30 Korean won less, like decreased per kilogram. Let's say that we use 50,000 kilograms of the seed, then you can see that this decrease of price can have a huge impact overall. So we are carrying out these projects currently, and here you see purple rice. I'm not sure you're familiar, but purple rice is rarely used compared to white rice, and production is limited in Korea as a result, and distribution is limited, and the price is 4 times higher compared to white rice. And because the production is limited, we hope to procure stable supply of purple rice. So there's been an issue in securing this type of rice. So we started developing the purple rice seed, and here you can see CJ's new seed, and you can see it's the height is longer compared to previous product, and you can see there is more rice, and it means that there's 20% higher yield. So there are more grains on the stem, and you can see anthocyanin content that affects color of the rice is 5 times higher than the previous seed. So it makes a difference when we create rice product. Even when we use the same amount of rice for these products, you can see the color change is great. So by developing a new seed, we can improve the quality of the product. And the third case, this is actually an old case of ours. CJ has been partnering with a vendor to get supplies of bean sprouts. So it was an OEM contract, and the previous speaker showed us great fields of Canada, but in Korea the fields are limited, so there's no automation in the field, and it's very difficult to use automated system in the field, and there are a lot of rocks in the field when it comes to Jeju Island, and people had to manually reap the grains, and the labor cost was increasing gradually, and it was difficult to find workers. And as a result, the price of bean sprout ingredient was going up. And that is how we decided to develop a new seed for bean sprouts. The first objective was to increase the length of the stem so that we can use machines and cut the bean sprouts easily. So that was our objective when developing the seed. And it took a lot of time, and from 2016 and onward, we were able to develop the seed, and we were able to utilize this new bean sprout. And a lot of companies are partnering with us on this. And I'm sure you all know sesame. Sesame is used to extract sesame seed, and in foreign countries they also use sesame on top of the hamburgers. So this sesame, actually the price fluctuation is quite high. And when harvesting the sesame, it's a manual operation in Korea and in other countries as well. I'm not sure you can see this well. On the top, you'll see sesame. Beans, shell peas, but when it matures, it pops up, and it means that there's a loss of sesame grains. So that is why we couldn't able to use machines. So we developed a seed where the shell does not pop up. So we ran some tests, and it's not commercialized yet, but based on the result of the test, about 28% cost reduction is possible. So we try to apply these updates and changes on the field. And not just that, when we look at the cabbage, we were looking for room for improvement to increase quality. We also developed a new seed that has higher lycopene pin in the cabbage. It's not just us. We have to partner with farmers, consumers, breeders, universities, and government. We have to come together. And these cases were made possible thanks to our partnership with all these partners. When we develop seeds, many people think that breeders and professional companies can do this, but based on my 10-year experience, food companies are actually related to many other partners. Compared to other businesses, we understand the need of the field and of the consumers and what research is being done. So the food companies have all this kind of information. So food companies are well positioned to do this. So this is the last part. As you know, K-food and K-culture is sweeping around the world, and a lot of products are being used globally. And CJ also has Bibigo, the product of dumpling products, which are popular around the globe. But in the long term, from the perspective of the food company, I think plants that we usually use in Korean food, like horseradish, because Korean food uses a lot of plants, I see more potential there. And these plants, they are different from salads and other plants used in Western dishes. It's difficult to standardize them. It's difficult to detect foreign substances from these plants. So there's been a lot of failures in our attempts to standardize this type of plant. And let's say there's kimchi and we use a lot of chili powder, right, to make kimchi. And chili powder is of course based on peppers and chilies. Even though kimchi is a representative Korean food, but Korea's self-sufficiency and supply of pepper is less than 50%. I know there are a lot of cases like this, and these are just representative cases. So in order to go hand in hand with K-culture and Korean wave in the globe, there are some challenges that we have to overcome. It's not just seed development that is needed. I know that all of you are involved in this industry, so please pay attention to this issue, and I think we should cooperate. We have to work together to overcome these hurdles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jung Ji-won. Thank you for sharing your knowledge on leading research in the development of new seed varieties and securing the competitiveness of the food industry as well. And as we did before, we'll now open up the floor. As you can see on the stage, we are joined by two presenters. If you have any question, please let us know. Yes, please.
예, 안녕하세요.
Yes, hello. This is CEO of VNG Life, one of the venture company in the food cluster. And this question is directed to Ms. Lewington. Thank you for sharing innovative cases on bean protein and pea protein for food sustainability. And I imagine that these pea proteins can be really tasteful. And does PEEP have any plan to expand your business to other alternative protein?
To Ms. Lewington, so I would like to give you English interpretation. So innovative examples were really impressive for our audience. And the question is, does PEEP have any plans to expand to other foods besides beans?
So does it have any
Say that again? Sorry.
Any plans to expand?
Oh, absolutely. So we look like we're going to be able to build 5 facilities globally in the world. So we're calling it 5 and 3 as soon as we get the first one up and running. So we definitely want to expand.
Thank you very much for that possibility. I hope that's enough for you. And if we have one more, I would like to have one more from the floor. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Antesa from Green Road. I have a question for Jung Jae-won from CJ. So I want to hear, I know that food company is interested in seed development, and thank you for your presentation. What do you think about region-based ingredient and eco-friendly ingredient? What do you think about the trend and outlook? Thank you for your question. This is an extremely difficult question. So you are asking about eco-friendliness, and before that there was organic seed, and before that there was native ingredient. So these are the development of food trend, and now let's say that we try to explain how this is good because it's native to Korean and this is eco-friendly, but they have to meet the price level that our consumers want. Let's say that bean sprouts, they are cheap ones compared to other items, but even if there's a price increase by 100 Korean won, that's very low price increase, but consumers react differently. They're very sensitive to price changes. So we try to use eco-friendly ingredients, but every time we have to make sure that there's cost competitiveness. And in the future, now there's less concept of native ingredient and local ingredient because consumers want cheaper products. I know there's global audience here from Canada. I know that we have to use global ingredients nowadays. That's a trend that we cannot avoid. And about Korean food, if there's any potential for premium product, I know that there is a need for premium products, so we try to focus on that.
Due to limited time, we will conclude the Q&A session right here. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big round of applause to 2 presenters. Thank you. And now we will start the 4th and final part of today's conference. This time we will focus more on infratech, and we do have 2 presentations here at the site. The first stage will be delivered by Mr. Lars Bitsbeth Sørensen, representing Food and Bio Cluster. He will be speaking about Food and Bio Cluster Denmark and the project Global Food Tour, in which FOODPOLIS is a valued collaboration partner. And he actually traveled all the way from Denmark. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello, and good evening. In Danish, it will be called God eftermiddag. Dear FOODPOLIS, thank you for the invitation. I'm very honored and proud to be here. And also, thank you for the audience and for all the good speakers. I've been amused that they have been all around this very good topic that also I will talk about this afternoon. As is written here at this slide, my name is Lars Bitsbeth Sørensen. I'm the CEO of the Danish Food and Bio Cluster, and we are appointed from the Danish government 3 years ago to be the national cluster organization. And as it was said in the presentation, I will give you a short presentation of what we actually do for our members, how we work with innovation, as well as always give a short presentation of the project Global Future. Denmark is a very small land. It's a very small country with only 6 million people. But in business, we have several strongholds. We have several competitive advantages. For instance, we have a competitive advantage in life science, producing medicine. We have water technology as a technology advantage as well. Ingredients and enzymes production. In Denmark, we are producing like 14% of the consumption of ingredients and enzymes for the whole world. This also includes fermentation and precision fermentation. And green energy is as well a very huge industry in Denmark. For instance, more than 50% of our electricity consumption come from wind turbines in Denmark. But the largest business area we have in Denmark is food and bioeconomy. And we are known for producing high quality product with a high efficiency and in a sustainable way. We are also known for our ability to make innovation. When you look at international reports, analysis, then we are between number 2, 3 in the world making innovation. So innovation is a part of our DNA. Also, we are producing a lot of food product, not only for the 6 million Danes, but for people around the world. In many of our product categories, we have an export share around 70 or 80% of what we produce. So we are very focused on export as well. But it's not only the products, it's not only the food that we export. We seem to have built up a lot of technology around those food products that we produce. We are very strong in the processing industry, export a lot of that. We are very strong in a lot of part of the sectors where we do export a lot of our technology as well as the food. And then in Denmark, we think about ourselves that we are a kind of a green front runner. We are focusing a lot on the green transition and also think that we can change the food industry in a more green direction. There was one of the previous speakers who talked about that we were a food powerhouse, and I like that sentence. We are also aware that we have a challenge in the food industry. We have a challenge with, for instance, the climate. We have a challenge regarding the biodiversity, not only in Denmark, but around the world. In fact, in Denmark, 25% of all greenhouse gas comes from the food and agriculture sector. So we are aware that we are standing a little bit on a burning platform, that we need to change the way that we are producing food in Denmark. But also we see that the food sector is a part of the solution. We would like to make innovation, make new technologies, so we actually can produce in a more green way and not be a part of this greenhouse emission, to go closer to the net zero emission production way. And also in this green transition, besides that we hopefully together can save the world, also we can make business together, developing those new technologies and use them in a more intelligent way. So therefore, we have made this mission for Food and Biocluster Denmark, where we have a lot of focus, we had a lot of emphasis on the need for strengthening the innovation power in the cluster, but also building up stronger partnerships and commercialize new research-based knowledge in companies' product and services. So that's when I wake up every morning, I will think about that's what I have to do today. In our strategy, we have picked out 4 strongholds that we have a specific focus on. One of them is, of course, how to produce sustainable, healthy, and tasty and safety food for a growing world population. That's perhaps the strongest of our stronghold that we have in our strategy. But also we like to provide and develop sustainable biomass production and use it for the application with the highest value. And therefore the latest speaker, I would say also, I agree about breeding. Breeding is a king when you're talking about biomasses, because you can change the taste, you can change the functionality, you can use it in another way if you also think in breeding activities. And then our aim also is to move the cluster and the organization, our members, in a more climate neutrally way and reach the goal from the Paris Agreement. That's a part of our strategy as well. And as well, we have a 4th stronghold as well, that we would like to develop new technologies that can be used to fulfill the 3 other strongholds. Also, we cover the whole value chain from not only from agriculture, but also from agriculture, but also from forest, from the sea. We have a lot of coastline in Denmark, so we also have a great, a big fishery industry. So we're covering all biomasses, and of course thinking in a circular way. So no side stream will be wasted. We have to reuse all the side streams for every part of the production. And for instance, there's a big movement in the moment in Denmark from the consumers to a more plant-based food consumption. And that also asks to build up new value chains. Also, for instance, talking about breeding again, how can we refine the protein? How can we find new breeding applications that can be used? We have innovation activities in all part of this value chain and developing it all the time. Here you have a lot of numbers, and I will not mention all of them, but I do want to mention that we were established 3 years ago, appointed from the government, the Danish government 3 years ago, and today we have 425 members. 400 of them are Danish, 25 are foreigners, and I believe that will grow in the coming years. All the Danish universities are members of our organization, as well as the big companies in the food and bioeconomy industry, small startup companies, public authorities, as well as investors, etc., etc. So that's our member base, and we, of course, they define our strategy, what we should do, and how we should commercialize our activities. Also, I will mention that we are a part of a big, very huge project portfolio, a lot of funding from the EU funding, but also funding from private companies as well as the Danish state. And because you also mentioned, the previous speaker talked about startup activities, we are running 3 incubator facilities in Denmark. And of course, we are trying to build up the ecosystem, making accelerator programs for the startup in our 3 incubator facilities as well. But that's basically Food and Biocluster Denmark in numbers. So how do we help? What do we actually do? How do for our member? How do we create innovation? The way we are thinking is that you must be curious if you want to make innovation. You must looking for new ideas. Christine just talked about she went to France and had a good idea. So how do we make inspiration to companies that want to make innovation? We're thinking about that all the time. We're making conferences, we are making events, we are making activities that inspire our members to make innovation. When they have been inspired, then hopefully they will they will join some of our network. We we have like 15 network where our companies can ask to be member, and they will join those network and, for instance, work with green protein or sustainable packaging or something else, other subjects, and they can discuss it in a kind of a closed room together with scientists, together with other companies in this industry. And they are very good at sharing knowledge to help each other to build up new activities. Then, of course, sometimes we build up projects in cooperation and collaboration between members, and sometimes we take, like, it could be like a Canadian company that needed to find a new processing technology in Denmark. We were trying to match those companies and bring them together. And also we are funded in a lot of projects regarding network activities and collaboration activities. And then, not least but not at last, but not at least, that's the way I should say it, we have this one-to-one activities, because all our members is core members for us, and we want to make innovations for each member, and each member we like to make business plans. We help them to find investors. We help them also to find the right scientists if they have a specific problem. So that's our way of thinking, and we would like to, to increase the engagement and to end down here. If they had an idea, it should be a product in the end. Also, we are involved in a lot of international projects. Some of them are very good, and we are very proud of them. And this one is actually one of them. We have made this project Global Future together with, it's funded from the EU, and we have a focus on how we can increase innovation by collaboration in this project. It has started between some of the strongest clusters for food and bioeconomy in Europe, and we have started this project up and had some finance from funding from the EU funding system. But also we would like to integrate with the Asian companies. So we have found 4 very strong Asian cluster organizations that we do want to work closer together with. And I'm very happy that FOODPOLIS is one of them. My staff at home, they say you're wonderful to work together with. We are developing very good things together, and hopefully also this is only a starting point to something else. The overall goal for this project, Global Future, is that we, of course I mentioned it that already, that we are going to develop innovation capacity, but we have picked out some themes that will be the central themes for the innovation and where we share knowledge. And obviously, it's not only scientists that meet here, it's basically most SMEs that meet, and they will meet on webinars, they will meet on the internet and discuss those subjects and change ideas, and also helping each other to build up a new commercial aspect. Last year, in November, Mr. Kim was in Denmark together with a delegation from FOODPOLIS, and there we signed a memorandum of understanding for this project, Global Future, but also to build up our relation in the future and to exchange ideas. And in Denmark, in Food and Biocluster Denmark, we see a lot of opportunities that we would like to develop in the future, in the coming years. One of the ideas that we do have, that also we would like to invite FOODPOLIS to participate in, is that we are this autumn building up a food and global summit, where we go a little step further than sharing knowledge, where we also talk about how do we actually share and solve some of our common challenges together and build up perhaps projects together, because wherever cluster I go to around the world, they talk about difficulties with food production. They talk about how to use robots. They talk about how to use artificial intelligence. Also, they talk about how should we bring down the what's the English word for that? For the climate changes, how to bring down the gas emission. And we have some of the same challenges all around the world, and we would like to develop solution for that together with you, together with all other clusters around the world. So actually we like to invite the cluster organization and some of the stakeholders to join this global summit that we will arrange in September this year, where we'll discuss different areas and building the focus on those 4 topics, that where we would like to create new ideas, how we could share and develop new solutions for those challenges together for the participators in this Global Summit 2023. So my wish is that we, perhaps in this Global Food and Summit or in another project, we can work together more in the future and join the global movement for more green production in the world, and to make innovation in the food and bio sector, so we can create new jobs, we can create more sustainable food production, and yeah, that's what's my word, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sorensen, for that case of food tour of food and bio, establishing sustainable food, and of course, developing production system as well. Thank you, and ladies and gentlemen, this will be our last presentation for the day. It's time to welcome Mr. Yoon Jong-pil, Project Manager from SK Telecom, and today he'll be sharing his words on private 5G network-based services for food factories. Let's welcome him with a big hand.
네, 안녕하세요.
Hello everyone. This is the very last session, and it was supposed to end 5:05. I may take more time. I'm not sure. But anyway, I would like to introduce myself first. I'm working for SK. And it's a telecommunication company that is providing 5G network. And recently, 5G can be utilized in other areas. This is not just about Korea. This is actually a global paradigm shift of 5G network. So I would like to take this time to introduce some of that to you. So what I would like to tell you today is about customized 5G network. So before we had 5G, there was 4G and LTE. And LTE is an acronym. It stands for long-term evolution. And when we had LTE for the first time, our focus was that it could go on for a long time. So we created some standard, and we had this 10-year standard. But with the advent of 5G, there's less 4G used, and 30 million people are now users of 5G. So this is truly an era of 5G. But
뭐 이렇게 버전으로 보면 4G 다음에 5G 이렇게 넘어가서
after 4G, we had 5G. It seems like a small update from 4G, but 5G is totally different from LTE. It has totally different functions. So users may feel that LTE and 5G is not that different. But when you look at the technology itself, 5G provides 3 features that could not be realized in LTE system. It's based on B2B and factory targeting standard. We now talk about 6G, but from 4G to 5G, B2C was actually 4G, and now B2B represents a 5G network. And we use customized 5G this term. This is meaningful because in the past, 5G service could be provided only by telecommunication company, but with the customized network, if you want, you can create 5G network just like Wi-Fi in your building or in your factory. So the government allocated this frequency. So smartphone uses 3.5 giga network, but there's also non-public network and private 5G and local 5G, but they are all the same term. It means the same as customized 5G. It means a private 5G network that you can create for your own space. And each country has allocated frequency. So here you see Korea, US, Europe, and Japan. So like I said, everyone has come up with relevant policies to support 5G network. And at the end of 2022, Korean government allocated the frequency for customized 5G network. Customized 5G network market in Korea is projected to be greater than B2C market when 2030 arrives. So you may think that I know this term, private 5G, but this term will become even more popular in the future. So pay attention to this. This is a great technology where you can create your own network for your own space. So private customized 5G can be used for manufacturing factories, logistical factories, and anywhere B2B businesses. And this 5G network, previously, for B2C, we had to use trillion Korean won fee had to be paid. But for private 5G network, you only have to pay. You have to pay, of course, it's not free, but it's really cheap compared to the previous network because it's only for your own space. Naver launched the network and they actually received this network and frequency and they have to pay, but it's really low. The fee is quite cheap compared to the previous network. And I said that 5G network has 3 big features. One of them is it is ultra low in latency. In factories, AMR and robotics are introduced to a greater extent, but because these are mobile ones, they require wireless technology, wireless network. We use Wi-Fi network, but 5G is the only network that can be applied to the whole area of the factory. We can use Wi-Fi, but you need to like install 10 units of Wi-Fi for this for the area that is as big as our conference room. But for factory, you will need like 100, 200 units. But 5G network, it works like a LAN cable that is not wired. So there is industrial LAN cable, and Wi-Fi is there to be used. So inside a factory, if you want to build a wireless network, you can use a customized 5G network. Of course, it is expensive compared to Wi-Fi cost, but the cost of the unit has decreased by 1/5 compared to last year's cost. And IT companies globally are developing and sharing open source platforms, so the market is growing and changing. So when you install robots and AMRs in your factory, the best option for you is to use customized 5G network. And another thing that I wanted to tell you, because you use the variety bandwidth, so you can use this whole bandwidth, you can easily and quickly send data. And we also use machine vision. So machine vision creates a lot of heavy data, and by using this 5G network, you can send this heavy data quickly. And a lot of devices can be linked at the same time by using this network. So in this space, like by using 20 units of Wi-Fi, it can actually have a great fluctuation in the bandwidth. But the 5G network, the design began from the cell phone. So it's great for covering the area, and a lot of devices can be linked together in a small area. So these are the three features of the network, and the cables can be removed from the floor of the factory. SK Telecom is providing real-time remote monitoring service based on 5G network. You can see there are wireless cameras here, and we connect these devices to 5G network. And you can see through these cameras and network how things are going on the floor, and you can also see the routes. And this is a pocket mini camera, so here you see the camera. You can put this camera in your pocket, and this camera captures images and videos, and it can be sent, which can be sent through the network. I know that a lot of CCTV cameras were used, but they are wired cameras, and they are expensive. But by using our IT technology, we provide less expensive and better product. I'm not here to sell this product, but like I said, we can also connect robots to the system through the network. And I'm going to show you this video clip. So these are the robots installed in the FOODPOLIS. Not sure if I can show you the clip. So you see the robot arm, and when there are boxes loaded, and the robot arm can load these boxes in the pallets. So the robot arm can capture the image using the camera, and AI is used. And when the boxes are loaded, then there's an instruction message to the robot. And this system is entirely based on 5G network. And SK Telecom did this. I was in charge of this project, and this was completed by January this year. Because a lot of devices can be connected, sensors can be connected and linked, so real-time management of the factory floor is possible. And 5 years ago, I went to automobile sector explaining why 5G network is good for them. But last year, in Singapore, Hyundai Automobile created an innovation center, and there they are creating wireless products, and they applied 5G network there in Singapore. So this image shows you that. So last year I went to the automobile sector, and this year I'm here in front of food experts explaining why 5G is great for you. So 3 years ago, until 2025, we have this project going on, 5G-based food factory. This is funded by the government of Korea. Mostly it's about producing kimchi. So when weighing the kimchi, we use machine vision technology to measure the weight of the kimchi, and robots can pack the kimchi product as well. You see kimchi contains a lot of liquid, so it's very difficult to pack kimchi automatically. So we use a gripper, capture the kimchi, and measure the weight of kimchi product. And there are a lot of challenges, but it's ongoing, it's in progress. And we use this machine vision technology and capture the image of kimchi. And by capturing the image, AI technology is used to predict the weight of kimchi. So by 2025, I'm sure we can get some meaningful outcome out of this project. Okay, this is 5:15. Thank you. I'm on time.
Thank you very much for that presentation. So he shared his knowledge and insight on how robotic logistics can reduce the burden of human labor and also increase productivity in the industry of food. And now we'd like to open up the floor. If you do have some questions, please raise your hand. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. I am manufacturing functional food. I am Kang Da-hye, researcher of Natural Way. I want to ask Mr. Sorensen, thank you for sharing information on food tour activities in Europe and Asia. And which role do you expect the FOODPOLIS to play out of all Asian players? Where do you want FOODPOLIS to focus on in the future?
Yes, it's working. You have a lot of focus in Korea on other products than we have in Denmark. And I hope that some of those products also can be used to increase the innovation in the Danish products. For instance, when we are now shifting a lot from animal production into plant-based food, and you have a lot of technologies that can be, and a lot of knowledge about plant-based food, for instance, from seaweed, that we don't have. So there's a lot of knowledge that I would like to bring to the Danish producers in the future. Also, as I said before, Denmark is only a small land with 6 million people, and we're making a lot of innovation. And we are very much focusing on also the cutting-edge technologies. We would like to develop also the market in Denmark to innovate and develop those kind of technology together with foreign companies. We have a tradition of doing that, and but also I can see in the figures that Korea is not that high on the list of who we are collaborate with. So I see that there could be a collaboration between Korean companies, universities, Danish companies, vice versa, to develop new technologies together as a win-win situation for both partners. And you do have some competitive advantage, or you have some knowledge that we don't have in Denmark, for instance, about some of those parts from seaweed and also in the robot and artificial intelligence industry. I think you are ahead of us in that perspective. So all about innovation is to learn from each other and share the right knowledge so both of you can win on the collaboration.
Thank you very much. Due to limited time, I think we can have one more. Yes, please.
Hi, I have a question for Professor Mr. Yoon Jong-pil. I'm Professor Kim from Jeonbuk University. You've talked about how 5G network could be applied to our real life, especially in the food industry. You mentioned about robot arms in FOODPOLIS and kimchi factory. That was a surprise to me. So in the future, do you have any plan it could be processing area or production area. In which area do you expect to expand AI in the future? So in 2022, we worked with a company that controls robotic arms, so we invested our money there. And in terms of projects, there's kimchi factory project we are participating in, and other than that, we are working with livestock factory for deboning process. So there are such projects going on. And in the future, because this is food industry cluster, I know that there are a lot of food companies around. So individual company can come together so they can share their 5G network instead of using 5G network individually. I thought that would be a great direction. But it requires a lot of infrastructure installation. It takes a lot of money and time, so it will be step-by-step
Thank you very much.
improvement.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand once again to two presenters. Thank you. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of this 13th FOODPOLIS International Conference. Once again, thank you to everyone who are joining us today until the very last moment of our journey, both online and offline, despite your busy schedule. I hope you had a meaningful time with us today. 네, 여러분, 이것으로 2023년 제13회 국가식품클러스터 국제컨퍼런스 모든 순서를 마무리하겠습니다. 바쁘신 일정에도 불구하고 짧지 않은 시간이었습니다. 긴 시간 동안 현장에 배석해주신 모든 참석자 여러분, 또 온라인 시청자 여러분 진심으로 고맙습니다. 저희는 내년에도 더욱더 유익하고 실질적인 내용으로 다시 인사를 드리겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll meet all of you both online and offline next year as well. This has been Jessica Singhi Lee, and please make a safe journey back to your home. 여러분 안녕히 또 조심히 돌아가십시오. 고맙습니다.
부산은 이미 바다를 움직이는 파도처럼 세계를 움직이고 있습니다. 월드 엑스포가 정말 잘 어울리는 도시 부산입니다. Transforming our world, navigating toward a better future. 이곳은 국내 첫 식품 전문 산업단지. 사람과 사람, 그리고 식품과 혁신이 만나는 국가식품클러스터의 이야기를 시작합니다.
식품이라는 같은 업종을 실질적으로 운영하면서 겪는 어려움을
레시피 개발하는 부분, 연구하는 부분부터 지원을 받았고요. 그리고 추후 식품 창업을 하면서
신제품 개발을 위한 그런 테스트 장비들이 갖춰져 있어서
타 기업들과 함께 나눌 수 있어서
그런 것들을 활용할 수 있는 것들이 제 입지 기업으로서는 상당히 큰
다양하게 실질적인 도움을 많이 받았습니다.
국가식품클러스터, 식품을 통해 건강한 미래를 준비하는 우리의 이름입니다. 당연하지만 결코 쉽지 않은 식품 산업을 위한 최적의 조건들을 갖추는 것. 우리는 여기서부터 시작했습니다. 생산을 위한 양질의 원료부터 물류 유통의 최적의 인프라로 식품 산업의 미래를 내다봅니다. 우리는 식품 기업에게 필요한 것이 무엇인지 끊임없이 고민했습니다. 다양한 인센티브로 기업의 부담을 줄이고 첨단 시설과 장비를 통해 혁신적인 제품을 생산하기 위한 인프라를 구축했습니다. 우리는 식품의 기본인 안전과 소비자의 기호에 맞는 제품 개발을 지원합니다. 또한 건강기능식품 개발을 위한 모든 과정을 지원합니다. 국산 농산물에서 유래된 기능성 소재를 개발하고 고부가 가치 제품 개발을 위한 맞춤형 제형 기술과 안전성 검사 지원까지 기업의 어려움을 함께 해결해 나갑니다. 식품의 특성과 물류 유통에 최적화된 포장을 설계하며 안전하고 편리한 간편식 개발을 위한 첨단 기술을 지원합니다. 건강기능식품 제조인증 시설과 특화 장비를 통해 중소기업의 시제품 생산을 도와주고 소스 산업화를 위한 정보 제공과 상품화를 지원합니다. 식품기업이 필요로 하는 원료를 안정적으로 공급받을 수 있도록 물류 인프라와 유통 시스템을 마련합니다. 나아가 무한한 아이디어를 가진 청년 벤처 창업가를 위한 식품 창업 생태계를 만들어갑니다. 식품진흥원은 기업의 작은 이야기를 듣고 더 많은 기회를 만들어갑니다. 산학연 교류 협력을 통해 글로벌 식품 기업의 기준을 제시하며 미래 식품 인재를 양성하여 세계를 무대로 한 걸음 나아갈 수 있도록 합니다. 더 많은 입주 기업의 제품들이 소비자와 만날 수 있도록 푸드마켓, 각종 식품 축제를 통해 온라인, 오프라인을 아우르는 마케팅을 지원합니다. 한국식품산업클러스터 진흥원은 이제 새로운 10년을 생각합니다. 미래의 유망식품을 특성화한 맞춤형 기술 지원으로 식품산업 혁신 성장의 발판을 마련하고 스마트 팩토리 구축을 통해 지속 가능한 사업을 추진하며 식품산업 디지털화와 친환경 기술을 결합한 스마트 그린 산업단지를 조성해 나갈 것입니다. 나아가 식품진흥원의 기술과 인프라를 학계, 산업계와 연결하는 식품산업 공유 플랫폼을 조성하여 한국판 뉴딜을 선도하겠습니다. 식품진흥원은 기업의 성장을 위한 길을 함께 만들어가며 식품을 통해 모두가 행복한 미래를 꿈꿉니다. 여기는 국가식품클러스터, 우리는 한국식품산업클러스터 진흥원입니다.
프롬바이오는 2019년에 약 200%의 매출 성장을 기록했습니다. 보스웰리아 추출물 메스티컴과 같은 시약처가 인정한 국내 독점 기능성 원료를 기반으로 해서 만든 건강기능식품이 소비자 입소문을 타면서 관절염골이나 위 건강 등 특정 건강기능식품군을 대표하는 독보적인 제품으로 자리 잡았습니다. 안녕하세요. 프롬바이오의 부대표 김지훈입니다. 올해 2020년 코로나 팬데믹으로 인해 건강에 대한 소비자들의 관심이 더욱 커지면서 푸른바이오의 건강기능식품 역시 큰 주목을 받게 되었고 올 상반기에 지난해의 매출을 모두 달성한 것이 이를 반증해 줍니다. 2006년 B2B 원료 공급업체로 사업을 시작했지만 건강기능식품 전문 브랜드에 대한 생각은 항상 머릿속에 있었습니다. 국내에 소개되지 않은 원료를 찾아내 독점 계약을 맺는 과정, 그리고 수많은 논문의 데이터와 실험 과정 등을 통해서 안정성과 기능성을 검증한 과정, 그렇게 해서 시약처에 건강기능식품으로 등록하기까지 오랜 시간에 걸쳐 많은 난관들이 있었습니다. 그러한 노력에 힘입어 제품에 대한 소비자들의 관심이 꾸준히 높아지고 있으며 GMP와 해썹 인증을 받은 푸른바이오의 익산 공장에 최신식 시설에서 깐깐한 품질 관리를 받으며 생산되고 있습니다. 대한민국을 넘어 글로벌 헬스케어 기업으로의 도약을 준비하고 있습니다. 좋은 제품을 생산하기 위해서는 좋은 원료가 뒷받침돼야 합니다. 새롭게 개발되어 선보이는 좋은 원료를 찾기 위해 매년 스위스, 미국, 싱가포르 등 전 세계에서 개최하는 건강기능식품 박람회에 참여하여 전 세계를 발로 뛰고 있습니다. 또 원료의 기능성과 안정성을 입증하기 위한 연구와 실험에도 과감하게 투자하고 있습니다. 국내 농가와의 계약 재배를 통해 원료 소싱부터 제품 개발까지 차례대로 완성하는 것이 푸른바이오의 또 다른 목표입니다. 국가식품클러스터에서는 회사가 확장되면서 겪을 수 있는 여러 문제점과 애로사항들을 해결할 수 있도록 다양한 지원 서비스를 제공해 주었습니다. 또한 여러 입주기업들과의 커뮤니케이션을 통해 다양한 정보를 얻고 함께 문제를 고민하여 해결할 수 있는 점이 좋았습니다. 기본을 지키는 것. 건강기능식품과 건강주스를 만드는 전문 브랜드라면 건강한 원료가 당연히 기본이겠죠. 사람이 먹는 것이니까 더구나 사람이 더 건강하기 위해 먹는 것이니까 더욱 까다롭고 깐깐해야 한다고 생각합니다. 그게